Hello. What's up, everybody? Shazar, Anubis, Rasta, 10 bucks, Macaron, Lonigan, Sokaman, Ankthar, Seraphine, Saladino, Iridon, Colette, Chipmunk. I think I missed Wern there of the notification thing, which has a notification for everything at this point, except people going live. Except a reliable way of informing your audience that you're live. That's the only thing they're missing. Which, you know, who are we to question what our billionaire leaders are doing? Heroes and Diamonds, thank you for the tier 1, 13 months. Get it? Thank you. Heroes and Diamonds, you will be remembered. I've never thought about your name, really. Heroes and Diamonds. What a cool name. Is it a reference to something? Really a cool name. How was my weekend? Warm and uneventful. I didn't do very much because most of the time I wasn't able to even start the computer or anything. I was just Saladino, thank you for the tier 3, 48 months. That's 4 years. So much time. Was it worth it? Was it worth it, Saladino? Think about it. 4 years, Jesus. Time flies. Thank you, Saladino. You will be remembered. What was I saying? Yeah, I you know, wasn't really able to start the computer or anything most of the weekend because it was literally 40 plus degrees in the room, and opening the window trying to create a draft in the nights wasn't working until yesterday because there was some wind yesterday. That was good. So yeah, I really didn't do much. I was playing Football Manager on a laptop downstairs and watching some old anime and some YouTube stuff. And really nothing, any value whatsoever, I don't think. What's up, Cassie? How are you doing today? I don't know if I said hi to Chipmunk, but if I didn't, oh, Colette. I think I said hi. And a lot of fun. Hope for at least 4 more. I would like so, you know. I have doubts, but I would like so. It'd be great. What's up, Shepard? But the realistic part of me, unfortunately, is not that confident. Yeah. And unfortunately, Esoteric Ebb's part of that equation. It's unfortunate, but I didn't expect Esoteric Ebb to be a big game by any means for the channel, but I expected, you know, since so many people around the community have joined us for Disco Elysium and all that, I was sort of expecting, I was hoping it would, you know, it would gather the troops a little bit better. But unfortunately, no, it's on fast track to be our lowest game in the past 2 years. Even lower than Cairn, which is crazy. First stream was okay, and then it just collapsed. extremely fast. It's the fastest the game has ever, you know, shrunk, according to my stats. Doing pretty good numbers on YouTube, doesn't seem to have a large following on Twitch. And well, I don't know what pretty good means in YouTube terms, but and you know that it's good. I'm not gonna complain if people are watching on YouTube, of course, but for me it doesn't mean much. It's part of it is not something that gets me sort of going on a day-to-day basis, fortunately. Oh, I mean, Cassie, I'm not, you know, as always, like I'm not expressing anything in terms of like I'm not blaming anyone. Not about throwing blame around. It's just looking at the numbers and being conscious of it. Like it's just pure analysis. There's no blame to be thrown around or any of that. It's just raw numbers. We can blame the elite. Yeah, let's blame the 1%. Somehow they're responsible for it. But yeah, I mean, it's that's the thing, Warren, is that, you know, you mentioned it doesn't have a large following on Twitch, which, you know, that's something I was aware of. So I wasn't expecting to get new audience on the game. I just naively thought that, considering how many people here joined us for Disco Elysium, and since those days, YouTube and all that, I was thinking, you know, this would bring more of the quote-unquote existing community. But yeah, it really didn't. I hope football doesn't affect viewership too much this week. I'm pretty sure it does. It's hard to quantify, but I have a pretty large European audience, which, you know, we know Europeans love their football. And like the other day, for instance, last time I streamed, I think it was on Thursday, I think Germany was playing on during the second half of the stream, and I can see, maybe it's a coincidence, but I can see like a noticeable dent as soon as the game starts. It's like shtuk. Like you can tell there's like a noticeable dent in it, which never really happens for no reason, right? Like it's not something that I usually see in the stats, right? Because I'm pretty analytical, as you can imagine. I pay attention to that stuff, and I put a lot of thought in the analysis and after the fact, right? Over the long term, and it's not really something that happens unless there's a significant thing happening on stream for whatever reason, like a long break or, you know, whatever it could be. But in this case, it was, you know, it was pretty noticeable. Yeah, and Germany's playing again tonight, so I'm I'm looking forward to look at the numbers. You know, I was exactly thinking about that earlier. I was looking at the schedule and I was like, But yeah, we'll see. You prefer watching this stream over football, though? I don't know why you would. I prefer watching football than streaming. I literally have the game on right now. No, it's halftime right now, so I'm not really watching it. But it's on the side of the monitor. Japan's leading 1-0. This is monumental against Brazil. I would love to see that happen. When Japan scored, there was a part of me that was like, I just need to cancel stream. I want to watch this. I'm also watching Brazil, Japan, and others. There's no confession to... Like, confession implies it's something negative, right? Uninterested aliens? I don't think it is. If even I'm doing it, I certainly cannot tell you to do otherwise. Obviously, when we get into the game, I'm gonna have to pay attention to the game, but, you know. Well, similar, Anubis. We've broken old records. It's getting a little more manageable today. In this particular room, it was 10 degrees lower today when I came up, as opposed to yesterday. 10 degrees less. Because today has been pretty cloudy here, so it hasn't cooked as much as it had for the past couple days. I still have... I constructed a sort of ice I took some ice packs out of the freezer and I built some kind of weird pyramid in front of my fan right next to me right now. It's not doing much, but it's doing a little bit. But if you hear something crashing during the stream, that's my pyramid of ice collapsing to the ground. I mean, obviously it's still too warm, yeah. How's Esoteric Ebb felt so far? Would you recommend it based on your experience? Yeah, I like Disco. Great game. I think if you like Disco Elysium, the chances of you not liking this are pretty low. They're not same game. There's notable differences that could mean you like one or the other better. I don't think liking Disco means you necessarily will like this one, but I think the chances are pretty high. I'd be surprised if you like Disco but not this one. Unless you have something against fantasy, for instance. Like if fantasy settings repulse you, then maybe not. But other than that, it's a good time. Yeah, Shepard, for me, the days are less important than the nights. The nights is really what matters. In the sense of, am I able to cool everything down during the nights? And it's going to get better in that regard. So I'm very happy about that. What's up, Nero? Didn't get a Disco Elysium tattoo 2 weeks ago? Hell yeah. What did you get? Cool. You. Thanks for waiting for me. We can start now. Okay. All right. Gold is here. Let's get into it. Oh. Oh. I mentioned the other day there was this guy, like the little dwarf or something. And I thought, oh, maybe that's like a main character thing. Because I was thinking, like Mass Effect, like you see the characters appear, their silhouettes getting filled as you collect them, and I was like, oh, maybe that means that's the main character, a companion or something. But no, we have two different ones now. We have Viskin and Ost. So it appears that I was wrong about that. Let's see, what does our good lad DM Christopher Bodegaard has to say today? Session notes. Alright, so last time you got through the whole intro sequence. Just a day ago, a local tea shop exploded, and it's your job to figure out why. For some reason, you woke up at the bottom of a morgue. Great start. You had a little chat with Viskin, the pale-faced local mortician. Then you went out to explore the city. Now, Tolstad's a pretty big place, but just a tiny snippet that you're focused on already has a lot of people around. You had a ton to look at. Now, you still need to find that goblin chieftain. Okay, thank you, Chris. Pretty cool. I like those little session notes. I'm glad he stopped pestering me because I wasn't going fast enough. That's good. Oh boy. As you reach certain thresholds of experience, you're able to level up. By leveling up, you gain 1 ability score improvement. Oh. That's rad. Increased hit points based on your constitution modifier. Increased amount of spell slots. Increased proficiency bonus and increased hit dice, so we'll have more rest. Every other level, you also gain 1 additional charge of Channel Divinity. Not sure if I know what that is, but JR. So I think last time, I'm pretty sure we read the PPG documents and figured out that they were expired, which means we have to have a conversation with I'm gonna try to remember his name without clicking on him. Can't remember. Alphonse. The foreman. And this was See Me and the Boys. And we have that lady orc down there somewhere. Yeah, I'm excited to talk to her. She seems nice. Ooh. What? Hold on. What is that? I accidentally hovered over that thing. I didn't even I don't think I even noticed it when I zoomed out or used the click thing. I literally just over it. Okay, well, first things first. Let's talk to Alphonse about his expired documents. We also need to... Have I talked to him? See Me and the Boys? I don't think so. Lived in Tolstad for a week now. Amazing game. Hell yeah. Nice learning again. We love those. I'm glad you enjoyed it. It's... I think there's... This game is very impressive to me. It's one of those games that it knows what it is, right? And it's embracing its weirdness, its quirkiness. The tone's very consistent. It's... beautiful piece of art. Love that. It definitely deserves more attention than it's had since it released. I don't think it's been doing bad or anything. I really feel like it deserves more attention. I don't know how many they sold or whatever, but it's however many that is, it's not enough. Alright, let's talk to Alphonse. Mr. Cityman, what do you want this time? So about the rally. What about it? I checked out the papers, returned the PPE. Isn't it a bit macabre to hold a rally on top of a morgue? What's this rally about exactly? Okay, good luck fighting tyrants. I do think if they ever get VA, that will help. Yeah, certainly, but yeah. It's a shame that it comes down to stuff like that, because you know, I think by the nature of the game, you would imagine that people just who enjoy this wouldn't have no problem reading, and I don't think it's necessarily a matter of, oh, I don't want to read, but more of a, like the voice acting adds something. But yeah, I don't know. It's just... I like voice acting. I do think pure text has a little... I miss games that were purely text like this one. That's a bit of a flavor in your head, you know, like when you're reading a book and you imagine all the voices and all that, but bridging the gap to a more general audience, yeah. I guess that's my point. I wish either that the general audiences were more into reading, sort of a general thought, and you know, I wish people in general were more into reading. But also I wish the audience, the specific audience for a game like that was bigger. I wish this was a bigger niche, I guess. Brainy, thank you for the tier 3, 49 months. Appreciate it. The long commitment. Thank you, thank you. Second tier 3 resub of the day. You guys are way too generous. Thank you. You guys are one of the big reasons why every month we keep getting the plus points we need. We're on a decline a little bit, as everything is this year, but we're still maintaining above 100. So, yeah, thank you guys for that. Those late month tier 3s are making a huge difference. Thank you, thank you. And yeah, we do miss Arcanum. Love that game. Brainy, Will, he. No, I mean, I agree with you, Macron. I think it's just the general trend of how everything goes, right? Like and it's not a judgment on the people themselves. It's just the way we're trained. We're literally trained. We're conditioned by our environment to have less and less of a, you know, a solid attention span. I can notice this happening to me, you know, because of the way media is. Fortunately, I do enough things that balance things out. So I think my my attention span's obviously not suffering too much, but I can feel like the effects of having to sort of fight against it. You know, it's very easy for me to start like going on YouTube, and I find myself like clicking new things, and I'm like, I'm not even done watching that other video, but already I'm like, you know, being pulled towards something else that I could be interested in or whatever. It's I have to actively fight against the way those things are made and designed. So obviously the younger audiences, I especially target younger audiences not because they're dumber, but because they're more vulnerable, right? They're not yet fully formed adults. Like their brains are more malleable, right? More plasticity, which means they're more influenceable. As a teacher, trust me, I knew that very well when I was teaching. I could see the effects of those things. So obviously, yeah, the audience of people like me and some of you is shrinking, right? And there's a ever-growing audience of people with shorter attention spans that have been conditioned to enjoy things in a faster way. So it is the trend of how things go. And why do we think that is? Because the shorter the attention span, the more ads you can run. Yeah, maybe so, Blairy. Maybe so. But even then, it's not enough. I stand by what I said. The White Wolf. At some point, someone will make a TikTok-style CRPG, whatever form that takes. Now I kind of want to be that person that makes that. and sell 1 million copies and never have to worry about finances again. 30 seconds? That seems very long. Jokes on them, as soon as an ad pops up, I close the tab. Yeah. Which, fair, I do the same very often. But who suffers from that? It's not the people who make content that lasts 6 seconds before the ad, and basically when the ad plays, it's already over. Those, you know, it's all the creators that make more long-form content where there's had ads in the middle. Right? Which then incentivizes them to not make that type of content anymore. Which eventually leads to the same thing of you gotta get your entire content in between the ads. Before the ads show up, right? Shorter, more to the point, more extreme, less nuanced. So ultimately, you know, we can't beat the system goal. Yeah, no, I get that. And it's funny because if you remember, I used to think that pre-rolls were better. You have a pre-roll and then you never have an ad during the show again. And then for whatever reason, I stopped. Twitch Turbo like doubled in price in Switzerland, so I canceled Twitch Turbo, which I used to have for a decade, literally. Because it was pretty cheap for what it, you know, gave me, which was no ads and support for the streamers and all that. And so the combination of Twitch Turbo doubling in price and me canceling it, and ad blocks being less efficient because they're figuring out how to defeat them. I browsed a few streams for a while, and I remember every time I would open a stream and an ad would play, I would get so frustrated. Which is why I changed my tune when it comes to pre-rolls. Now I'm not running them anymore. Fuck that. I don't like the fact that there's mid-roll ads. Again, if it was up to me, I would have no ads whatsoever, but I feel like it's the lesser of two evils in that case for viewer experience. Especially in a channel like ours, where I think our proportion of subscribed viewers is pretty high. Thanks to not only individual support, which again, thank you so much for that, and also people who are extremely generous with gifting subs. Thank you as well for that. So, you know, it's one of those things. A pretty high proportion of subs, so I think the ads are less of a concern. Yeah, no, for sure. I don't think, you know, that's why I'm always careful with that conversation of like, oh, young audiences, you know, they don't have any attention span. They just want like fast content. I'm like, well, yeah, but it's not their fault. Like, they're not idiots. You know, they're not different than we were. It's just that they've been literally trained, conditioned for their brains to enjoy that and work that way. Because people want to run more ads. It's just, it's a side effect of the environment that's been built for them. What's up, T-Man? How are you doing today? Welcome in. But yeah, anyway. I don't know if I want to return the papers to Alphos yet. I wonder if I should be talking to the lady with them first. Let me ask him questions first. Maybe I can temporize and get back into it. Isn't it a bit macabre to hold a rally on top of a morgue? Morgue? The dwarf grumbles to himself and glances over to the Lich House stairs. I thought it was a dentist. It used to be, apparently. It's been, you know, it changed. Fair assessment. No matter. The Esgal movement is not afraid of death. In my head, he sounds Irish. I don't know why. I'm terrible at doing an Irish accent, so I'm, you know. What's up, Dyrol? But in my head, he sounds Irish. I know it's a cliche, but I think it's because one of his first conversation he started with "oi" or something. I don't know. You hear laughter from the orc behind you. Big words, Alphonse. She's so cool. I can't wait to talk to her. Agent Vera. The dwarf grits his teeth. Okay, these I was gonna say these two are gonna bang before the end of the game. They clearly have some stuff to work out of their system, both of them. Damn orc. So what's this rally about exactly? He grunts. Guilds. For decades, there's been collective bargaining between Norwegian workers and the city guilds. See, my Irish accent's not quite there yet, but I just have to roll the R's, and it makes him a unique character. Say what you want about Earth, but he kept a tight leash on the upper class of this city. Damn right he did. Blessed be his name. The leash was bad for this city. Now we can grow exponentially. Boom, boom. I like this guy. Like, I wonder if those are like tattoos or on top of like "See Me and the Boys," whatever's happening on top of his head. I'm assuming that "See Me and the Boys" is everyone else, but. For decades, there's been collective bargaining between Norwegian workers and the city guilds. An interesting part of this that I'm noticing is if I'm paying too much attention to the accent that I'm doing when I'm reading a character, I'm less focused on what he actually says. And then I need to read it again. Notice that for myself. Yeah, I mean, it makes sense, right? Your brain's focused on form rather than content. What's up, Nibiru? Avatar reminds me of the art from Rankin Bass animated The Hobbit film. Oh, right, yeah, a little bit. To me, it reminds me, like, some people mention Mobius. I agree. Was he French or Belgian? I'm not sure. Cartoonist. I think it reminds me a little bit of the Banner Saga, but yeah, it definitely has that 70s sort of animated vibe to it. I agree. Damn right it did. Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna praise exponential growth. Yeah, but look, it ain't the same since his death. The Free Striders have burrowed into every darn power structure, from paper boys to bookbinders. In less than a dozen years, salaries have stagnated and the prices have gone up. Oh, so the Free Striders are liberal. Got it. Gotcha. I'm getting a better sense of who's who in this, you know, environment. Salaries have stagnated, prices have gone up. Yeah, that's how it goes. This game is very relatable these days. That's the second time I see this giant shadow of a bird over the landscape. I think is very cool. Must be a very large bird. They say free striderism would make the city rich. I say it makes its people poor. It's gonna trickle down, guys. It's fine. We need change. So you're here to convince a bunch of Tolstad workers to vote for the Asgalist party. More or less, yeah. What's up, On Pale? I'm doing good. So a few clips of your Disco Elysium playthrough. First time on the stream. Hell yeah. Nice. Well, thank you for watching Disco Elysium. Wow, Warren flashing his rich emote. I forgot about that one. We don't see it very often. I think only like a couple of people have it on the channel. Maybe 2 or 3. You're one of a few. Yeah, Sadino for sure. I'm not sure who else. I wonder if Ren got it at some point. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, Ren, I think, maybe. More or less, yeah. But it's also about the spirit of community. Together, we can fight against the purchases of our labor. Alone, we are brittle as a twig. In the, He's looking for a fucking metaphor. I like Alphonse. He's kind of cool. I don't know. There's something about him that I enjoy. He has the spirit, you know? I love how he's just working on his speech, basically. He's practicing his speech on us.
Oh.
The older dwarf pipes up. A twig in the wind? No, that's not good enough. Like a twig in a fireplace. Twig in the wind's pretty catchy. How about as brittle as a boar with rabies? That's good, right? I don't know. Twig in the wind's pretty catchy. Like a twig in a fireplace. I don't think the brittleness of the twig's the problem then. Right? Like... I think Alphonse is just doubting himself, right? He has that moment that I know very well when you come up with something and you're writing it and you're like, ooh, this is not good enough. And you need an editor to be like, no, that's fine. Don't overthink it. Like a twig in a fireplace would have me scratching my head like, what, brittle has a twig in a fireplace? I'm not sure the twig's problem is that it's brittle if it's in a fire, right? Like, it would have me think too much. A twig in the wind, that's what I... When he was saying a twig in the... you know, I was like, in the wind. And that's the logical word. So, it, you know, if you go with the logical solution, you will make the audience listening to you think they're smarter. Right? Very important. That's why, you know, cliche phrases and familiar idioms and stuff like that are very good. They're not a bad thing in writing if you use them the right way. Making your audience feel smarter is not a bad thing. Twig in the Wind is pretty catchy. Thanks. He gives you a thumbs up. Anyway, the rally will be a success. We just need to get rid of that orc. Okay. So we can call out all the workers of this magnificent city, he exclaims, as if there was a crowd around him. I'm telling you, he's just practicing. I think that's awesome. We're a test audience for him. What do you call the test audiences again? Like, what's the actual term? I think there's a term, like, in the movie industry. I can't I'm blanking on it right now. Focus groups? I don't know. Maybe I'm thinking of something else. Vote! Vote with your guts! With your manhood at stake! Alright. Well, I don't know why my manhood has to be brought into this, but... Reline an idiom for my magnum opus, a collection of my memoirs. You too, Mr. Cityman. Okay, so, I did check the papers, but I don't want to return it to him in case I can do something with it, maybe. Well, okay, good luck fighting the Terrans. I can go back to it if I want. Yes. Okay. We're gonna just wait a second before we make a decision on that. Just in case I can do something more with the documents, if I maybe confront the orc with them, or I don't know. About this Asgul. What about him? Asgul Ashmask is a very controversial figure in Dwarven myth, as well as history. I like him, he seems cool. Who is he? Who is he? Who is... He is taken aback by your question. What's up, person? He's Asgul! Asgul the Great! The Kind! Our Liberator! Born at the beginning of the Divine Era, he is a disputed demigod and warlord of the revolutionary Dwarven legions. What is the Divine Era? The Divine Era, the third out of 5 eras when the first gods were born out of mortal folk and power began to entirely fall into their wonderful and fragile hands. Never heard of him, so he's a big deal. Got it. Ah, so he's a big deal. Big deal? Shakes his head. He was a man, a dwarf with a conviction. To break the tyranny of kings. We are here as the keeper of his legacy. I've got to ask, though, is this a religion? Most certainly not, he scoffs in your general direction. Is it a cult? I don't know who you've been talking to, Mr. Cityman, but let me assure you, Asgul was no god, or demigod, or anything related to it. He was a simple man, with a dream of a fair and just society. Nothing more. Ouch. Sore spot. Yeah. Seems like it. Matt, thank you for the Prime 6 month. Appreciate it. Thank you. Randomly started Esoteric Ebb at the same time as you. Been loving it so far. Got a feeling your playthrough is going to be glorious. Nice. Did that. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, I've been really enjoying the game so far. I'm glad you have enjoyed it as well. And thank you for the Prime. Less money for Jeff, more money for me. He is infuriated, says Wisdom, but not because of you, but because he has defended this position many times. Now, there's a part of me that wants to question him about the nobleman thing. He might not like it, but it's one of those things where I really want to exhaust as many conversations as possible. A nobleman, huh? Ah, in the old country, yeah. That doesn't matter here. I'm just a foreman of the Tolstead district. How much money do you have on you? What am I gonna rob him? Like, what's the plan here? How much money do you have on you? Didn't your mommy and daddy ever teach you it's rude to ask about someone's mint? I bet you're only here because of mommy and daddy. That is crazy. Tell me more about yourself. I'm sure you've worked very hard for your position. I have some other questions. This sounds so sarcastic. Um, Tell me more about yourself. Why? What? Why are you asking me? Why are you asking about me? I'm gathering information. I'm interested in you and your backstory. Why are you so defensive? And never mind. I'm interested in you and your backstory. And why should I tell you anything? I don't know. Who doesn't want to talk about themselves? I don't know. Why should I tell you anything? Yeah, who doesn't want to talk about themselves? He raises a hand. Fair enough. Just move on. Okay. Alright. Sore spot, we knew that, but I still wanted to question a little bit. Alright, have fun. Alright, I know we can talk to him about the fact that his documents are expired, but I do want to make sure I can do something else with them first. There's a voiceover, you should be Alphonse. Bad accent makes him 10 times better. Wow. What a backhanded compliment. Thanks. I am not a voice actor. I should not be involved in any voice acting. There's a ton of streamers in recent years that have been more and more involved in voice acting. And some of it's great. I do think it's not a trend I want to see catch on too much. Some of it is really not good. And it's just made for, you know, attention, right? Oh, we have this person in our game. Play it. It's like, I don't know. Let's leave the voice acting to the voice actors, maybe. And you know, I'm not saying no one should, you know, if people want to be voice actors and they get some experience through like smaller indie games, that's great, obviously. I'm not talking about those people. I'm just talking about people who have no business doing voice acting. Or does Dispatch land on that spectrum? I think for the most part it was okay. I think Dispatch was fine. To me, the most jarring of the Dispatch voices was Charlie, right? But the dude's an actor. Like, before he was a streamer, he was an aspiring actor. He never did anything, you know, that great, but I'm sure it's something he's passionate about. So, you know, it's just jarring because he has such a weird voice. But yeah, no, Dispatch was fine. Even Ko was okay in Cyberpunk. I have thoughts. What's up, Tioma? What's up, Quasi? So listen, I thought Ko in Cyberpunk was fun. I personally thought it was fun because it's like, oh hey, I know this guy, right? There was something, you know. And it's a very minor thing, and it's like, whatever. I don't think the performance was good, though. That's sort of my thought about it. But, yeah. How are you, Tioma? What's up, Quasi? But anyway, I have no issue with that. You know, it's a small cameo. I think considering Poe's history with the company and everything, I think it makes sense. I don't see that as a bad thing. Yeah, I don't know. If anything, I'm more thinking of... There's a lot of indie games lately, especially horror ones I've noticed, that get a lot of streamers to do voiceovers for them. Most of them for free, by the way. And because like horror streamers, right? And it's like, oh yeah, let's get all these people in our small shitty horror indie game, and then this means they'll all play the game and yada yada, you know, and it's this whole thing. And I'm like, sometimes I'm like, yeah, like the streamer, if the streamer wants to be a voice actor, that's good experience, you know, that's good experience that they can have, and that's fine. But sometimes it's like the voice acting is so bad, and it's like major, like a voice you hear constantly throughout the game, and I'm like, I don't know. I'm not sure how I feel about that, but I think it fits with the general quality of a lot of those indie horror games, unfortunately. A lot of them are pretty bad, but anyway. 007 had some streamers in it too. Yeah, like some actual, like, not just streamers, but also like social media stars, cameos and all that, which, oh well, I get it, but I'm not gonna say that I enjoy it. Yeah, I don't know. Featuring, like, I think that's another completely different thing also, $10. But, like, featuring actual, like, cameos of streamers as themselves in the game, that to me is... It's another... It's a step further into, like... I don't know how I feel about that. Like, it sort of takes away from the immersion for me, personally. I don't know. I'm trying to think of like an example, like yeah, I don't know. Imagine if the next actual James Bond movie okay, hold on. Imagine if the next actual James Bond movie had a cameo by, you know, Speed or whatever, or XQC or something. Like, he's just like going around and suddenly he hears the social media personality doing it. Like, to me, it's like, you know, it takes away from the you know, the artistic product. Like, it takes away from the sort of... Yeah, I think it breaks my immersion in a bit. Imagine if Ed Sheeran had a cameo in Game of Thrones. Yeah, no, I mean, that's a great example. I am not a big fan of that. I think if it makes sense, it's a different thing, right? Like, if... I don't know, say you have like a Rocky movie, like a sports movie, and then suddenly there's Mike Tyson in the crowd, right? You're like, yeah, okay, well, that makes sense, right? Mike Tyson has himself in the crowd of a Rocky movie. It's like, well, yeah, you know, that checks out. If anything, it adds credence to the sort of the immersion and the vibe. He was playing a character rather than himself. It wasn't even that bad, but he broke a lot of people's immersion. Yeah, I felt the same about Sigur Rós, right? The band was playing at Joffrey's birthday party. To me, that was very jarring, because I was like, you know, I've been listening to that band for a long time, and they're to me, they're, you know, they have a sort of a specific, even though it was very well done and they were playing a, you know, a group of people, but it, you know, to me, it was completely jarring. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'm old. Sometimes movies will hire news talking heads to comment on the events of the film as themselves. I enjoy that trope. Well, again, as long as it checks out in the immersion sense of it, why not, right? Yeah, I don't know. It's definitely some... Those celebrity cameos are definitely not a thing that I'm a big fan of. Especially if the product's trying to be somewhat serious, if that makes sense. Like, if it's a fucking sitcom, right? I feel like it's, you know, it's very different. It's meant to be funny and a little bit silly, and the show's not too serious in itself. But like a James Bond story with, like, streamers doing memes? I don't know how that checks out, but... Anyway, I'm old. Don't listen to my opinion. If you enjoy it, good for you. Yeah, maybe so, Warren. I would agree with that. Alright, let's talk to Simi and the boys. The older dwarf puffs out his chest as you approach. Fancy helmet, city man. He speaks in a short and quiet manner, as if he's scared of his words actually being heard. The dwarf behind him laughs. Don't engage, just leave. Why is intelligence advising that I don't engage? Isn't there a rule in the UK, at least the BBC, that news and fiction needs to be embedded into the world instead of being shown full screen? Oh, so that there can't be any confusion about it? Is that something they put in place after War of the Worlds? After the War of the Worlds situation? Back in like the 60s or something? I don't know when that was. Thanks, my mom got it for me. My helmet, that's so funny. You're making fun of me, dwarf? I shouldn't engage with this. Leave. Thanks, my mom got it for me. Oh. It's a lovely helm. She has good taste. Oh, he was being honest. Huh, look at that. He wasn't mocking me. What's up, Brightboot? You made him feel bad for making fun of it. This is not an evil person. There, see? There you go. Stare at the dwarf. Oh, God. Are we starting this again? Well, okay. Stare at the dwarf. He looks around. Stare at the dwarf harder. The dwarf glances at his boss. You here for talking, then? Stare at him while slowly leaning your head to the side. Why am I being so mean with to that guy? I just wanted to have a conversation with him. That's my second staring contest of the game already. Stare at him while slowly leaning your head to the side. You should, He stutters and points towards the stout dwarf on the stage. Talk to him. Nod and leave. I think we asserted our dominance here. Our manhood is protected. He got wrecked, exactly. Okay, well, I could do the other line, but I'm not going to. Ooh, something there. Men at work beneath Asgal's green banner. Oh. There's an esoteric effect in place here, stopping rainwater. Huh. Just in case the things are... Yeah, because otherwise the rain would go, like... I guess that wouldn't be enough. And imagine having esoteric powers to stop the rain, to stop the heat, protect your environment. Can I go up here? How do I access this then? Oh. Oh! Oh shit! I would never have thought you could go there. This takes gut. Hell yeah. Maybe if our constitution wasn't high enough, I wouldn't be able to go. The walkway does not follow the Safety Council standards of 22. Well, it doesn't seem like that's a problem for us. Oh, no, 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 don't slip! Oh god, what are we doing? £4? That's it? Well, I mean, okay, to be fair, that's like... We increased our net worth by like over 25%, so I don't think it's... over 30%. I don't think it's that bad, but, you know. Oh, just under 30%, actually. Yeah. Was the heat today? Manageable. Person. Manageable. Yeah, that's the bird's nest. We looked at that. We looked at that the other day, but I do not wanna. We do not wanna try and grab it. Yeah, I didn't realize there was money. I was expecting something a little more interesting. Ooh, what is that down there? Behold, Braxo Pencilwing. Pencilwing. Well, imp of some kind, it seems. Alright, what about her? Agent Vera. Oh, we tried to behold already, and we failed. Fuck. Trifle. Oh my god, she's rich. I'm not gonna try to steal, though. I'm not gonna put Agent Vera on my bad side. Let's instead engage. Strengths wants to intervene. On the edge of the ruinous amphitheater, you see an orc sitting on one of the many loosened stone blocks. It looks like she's waiting for something. Or someone. What's up, Real L? One relatively low success. On, Alphos. The only one. Everything else we fail. My rolls so far in this game have been extremely low. I think my average, like, below 5. She hides it well, but the orc is stressed. Perhaps it has to do with the dwarves. Oh. There's a little bit of stress behind that firm, sort of, you know, confident appearance of her, right? We see behind the mask thanks to wisdom. I like that. Exuding an air of authority around her, the large woman gives you a wry smile. Her tusks are gleaming. She's cool. I like her. Not just physically imposing, this orc knows how to exert power in other ways as well. Thank you, Charisma. You spot the merchant's mark on her jacket sleeve, a heart with the initials of the Norwegian Free Strider Regiment. Ah, that's what DFT is. I had forgotten about that. Yeah. We saw it during character creation, I'm pretty sure. Thing on my eyelid is bothering me. What the fuck? Probably just dry skin. Scratch it. Stop scratching it! Stop scratching it! I can't. Oh my god. You had this thing when you feel something's off and you know you shouldn't be like poking at it or scratching it, but you cannot stop. You have to, you know, do the thing, get rid of it or whatever. Fail the willpower check, exactly, yeah. Is the centipede back? I never saw it again. I don't know. This is why I sometimes wish I didn't have any pesky skin. What's this? Not often. Ooh. Music? I like that every time you start a conversation, you get like sort of a new musical theme with it. Ooh, some theremin. I did not expect that. I don't know. I'm assuming it might not be a real theremin. Might be a digital soundtrack. Might be totally digitally created, but it still sounds very good. Yeah. Love it. Not often we get Earthguard around here. She presents her palm to you. Vera is my name. I am second in command guild agent of Tolstad. Nice to meet you. Do not grab her hand. That's not what that is. Is it a power move, like she's trying to, you know? Charisma's warning me, huh? We're in a battle of personalities, I guess. I'm Helm. I am the cleric, actually. Names and labels aren't important. Wow. Wanker. Names or labels aren't important. We're all but speck of dusts in the universe. I'm wrong. I love that the cleric, I'm pretty sure, is in like bold. Like you can't really see because the font's pretty bold in itself, but I'm pretty sure the cleric is always written in bold. It's like the cleric. Okay, do I follow Charisma's advice here? Or, okay, is Charisma, you know, kind of being an asshole? Because that could be, you know, Charisma is a bit of a individualistic sort of... Maybe Charisma sees this as a battle, and that's what the success means. Maybe we need not listen to Charisma. I don't know. Did I grab her hand or not? I want to be polite, right? I don't know. I want to be polite. But... he knows how to exert power in other ways. Man, I wish if our behold check was a little bit better, because the reason why we were able to navigate the Alphos conversation so well is because the behold roll gave us a bit of interesting information, right? We knew how to engage with him in a way that, you know, put us in a pretty good position. The behold, yeah. In this case, don't really have anything to go by. I'm gonna be polite. I'm gonna be polite and grab her hand and see what happens. You reach forward and take her hand in yours. She's clearly a bit confused. Okay. She did not expect this. Oh, interesting. She didn't think I would grab her hand. It becomes sort of an awkward handshake. That's... I can see exactly the kind of handshake that is. I've been in that handshake many a times. I'm sure all of you have also had moments like that. Oh God. What? I'm literally taking a point of damage for shaking her hand. We are so weak. You realize her hand is a fair bit larger than yours, and something stings in your soul. Fragile as it is, a part of you has been bruised by a simple thought of her overwhelming power. Our fragile male ego has just been bruised. I think is what happened here. I think our manhood has been insulted. Oh boy. It seems like our character doesn't know the beauty of... He's not aware of the value and beauty of muscle mummies. Yeah. Too bad for him, I guess. Let go of her hand or kiss her hand. Okay. No. No. Only with permission. Which... What's up, DJ? Emotional damage type, yeah. That would actually be funny. A video game that, like, literally... What would you say? Like... officializes, like, the emotional as being a type of damage. Right? I think that'd be funny. Blunt. What's it, like, thrusting, slicing, or whatever. And then emotional. That'd be funny. Psychic damage. Yeah, but it's not quite the same thing. Like, the way I see, like, psychic damage is more of a... It's a mental strike, kind of. Like, emotional damage is, like, the idea of, like, purely, you know, feelings-based is pretty funny. It was like, this goes moral... Yeah, a little bit, you know, or this, exactly what happened there, right? But I feel like having it as an actual, like, type with rules associated with it and everything, that'd be funny. Blunt head trauma. Alright, so I'm not gonna kiss her hand, because that seems unreasonable. I've gotten into debates about psychic damage's manifestation. Yeah, like, if you were playing a D&D campaign, is that what you would classify it as? Like, if you had to have psychic emotional damage, would that count as psychic? I don't know. Probably not. You would probably just role play the idea of being hurt. right? I don't know. Danganronpa sort of does emotional damage. I've never played any of those games. Emotional damage is not psychic. Psychic damage can literally kill you. Yeah. Yeah, I agree with that, right? That's what I mean. Like, it's a mental attack, like a proper mental attack. Emotional damage is purely... I guess would be more of a roleplay thing than anything else. It can lead to you dying in you know, various dark ways, but it can't literally kill you on the spot simply by being inflicted, I guess. It's not a direct attack, right? Anyway, I think we're gonna let go of her hand. What's up, Timmy? Are fear effects emotional? Ooh, that's an interesting thing. Is fear an emotional response? I would think so. It's interesting because I feel like there would be an idea of fear being something you can maybe control better. No information regarding games I plan to play in the future. Who says I plan to play? Oh, my bad. Talked about Zero Parades. I'm not gonna... I thought, for some reason, I was still thinking of Danganronpa. I'm sorry. Good looking out, Warren. Yeah. Why wouldn't fear be an emotional response? Yeah, I was thinking about it. You know, the idea of, like, it feels like we would consider fear something you can't control. And I think sometimes we would consider, like, your own emotions, right? Control your emotions, right? It's a very, like, oh yeah, you shouldn't get mad because someone disagrees with you or something. Like, it has that, we have that idea of, like, oh, I shouldn't get mad because someone disagrees with me. I mean, control of my emotions. That's something we value, I think, as a society. Whereas fear is more of a, well, you can't really control your fears, right? It's so I feel like there's a bit of a difference in how we consider those two things as a society, right? I'm not saying, you know, it's not like an objective thing, but I think there's definitely some cultural component to this, I think. Can you control love? Isn't love an emotion? Well, I mean, obviously we're getting deep into the semantics of it, right? Is love an emotion? I don't know. Yeah. Probably. I don't know. Or is love the result of combined feelings, emotion, thoughts? I don't know. It's a complicated question, I guess. What is an emotion? Yeah, let's define that first. I don't know. Let's not. Instead, let us let go of her hand, because it's becoming a very awkward handshake. You can direct shape, but not really control emotions. control how you act on emotion, though. That's different to me. Yeah, so when we say, one should control their emotion, like emotional regulation, do we actually mean you should control what you output from that emotion you've been feeling? I don't know. I think there's something to be said about emotional regulation, like actually being able to manage the emotion before it leads to a reaction. I think there's something to that effect too. Which involves a lot of, work on actual emotional regulation, right? And being able to control the it's not just about what you do with the like the inside turmoil, I guess. But I don't know. I mean, we're not gonna invalidate, decades and decades of psychological research and deny the effects of therapy by just saying, oh, you can't control your emotions, you can only control what you do with them. I don't think that's that true. Yeah, maybe so. Maybe so sad, or maybe we like to think we can control them because it justifies the feelings that we sometimes have and maybe shouldn't. I don't know. I really don't know. In your anger, do no wrong. Feeling the emotion is fine, but don't let the reaction be harmful. Yeah, I mean, but I sometimes wonder if that's the lowest of bars, right? Like, oh yeah, it's fine to feel anger, it's fine to feel all those things, but at least don't do harm out of them, right? Seems to be like the lowest bar of social interactions. But maybe there's more stages to that. Of like, yeah, how about you actually learn to regulate those emotions so you don't have to feel them as strongly or even at all? And because like I'm looking at like the development of kids, for instance, that feel very angered when you say no to them, right? They get that anger because they're not used to it. And then eventually, as we grow old, in a lot of cases, hopefully you learn to take no for an answer. You learn to get rejected. You learn to get refused things. You learn to, and you learn not just to control the emotion of like, oh, I'm feeling so angry, but I'm not going to do anything about it. And you get to the point where you're like, oh yeah, this doesn't make me angry because I understand. I understand that, this refusal, this rejection, this failure of whatever is just a normal part of life. I don't know. And the idea is not that, I think there's two parts to it, is that we shouldn't be invalidated in our feelings. If you feel the thing, then yeah, feel the thing. Just, again, don't do harm. Like, I think that's a good bar. You shouldn't feel bad because you feel anger, but it doesn't mean you shouldn't work on maybe not feeling it or controlling it, like controlling the turmoil before it actually happens. I don't know. Yeah. I think there's a lot of facets to all this. There's a spectrum of not only the things you feel and the things you do in reaction to it. I don't know. Anyways, I'm gonna let go of her hand now, because this has been very awkward for a long time. She gives you a polite smile. Okay, we're taking a lot of damage though, over the course of time. Am I introducing myself as Rogden, or am I... I'm Helm. No, I'm not gonna say that. I'm the cleric sounds so wild. I'm gonna introduce myself as who I am. I'm Rogden. Hello, Rogden. She shoots you another smile, waiting patiently for you to say anything. I'm here on important business. What's the deal with the dwarves? I'd like to know more about you. Nod your head and leave. What's the deal with the dwarves? Oh, them? Complicated as anything. I wouldn't be sitting here wasting my precious day if it wasn't for them. But in short, they're holding an unlawful assembly. And they won't let me take a look at the documents proving it. See? That's why I wanted to keep the documents, because now we have options. I don't... Okay. I don't like the Free Striders based on what I know of them. I feel more inclined to help the Asgalists. Unfortunately, I also think this character is really cool. But, you know, dwarves before... I was trying to find a... Dwarves before lasses. Does that work? I don't know. Maybe not. I joined the baddies for a baddie. Okay. Okay, Warren. You know, I've been thinking about the perversion of language. Okay, old men yelling at clouds. And I don't think that's a new thing, right? That has existed forever. But like, bad meaning hot. Cooked meaning either great things or really bad things. It's like, words have meaning, people. Can we just use them the way it's intended? And I know that's not a new thing, right? Saying like something's bad as meaning a positive thing. That's going really far, right? Like, yeah, something's the shit, right? You know, or even bad. The word bad itself, you know, very notoriously, you know, I love the power glove. It's so bad. But isn't that from AAV? Maybe so. Maybe so. I'm not sure. I do not know. Language evolves? Yeah, yeah, of course, of course. Like, again, like, I mean, it's been a thing forever, right? I think it's just funny to be mad about it. All right, am I gonna get an option to show her the documents? Let's see. Not frustrating at all, she says and winks at you. She's trying to seduce me. She's using her charm to get what she wants. That's probably what Charisma is about to say. She telegraphs her sarcasm heavily. This is useful when communicating with slower individuals? Okay. Ouch, yeah, that should be emotional damage right there. I checked the papers, they're expired. So should I just hand her the PPG thing I got? Oh, that's not a line, that's a thought. Interesting. Explain it to me in detail from the top. I spoke with Alphos, make a decision. Hmm. So should I just hand her the PPG thing I got? Who's gonna intervene there? Wisdom? Intelligence? Intelligence. With the documents in hand, she could simply hand it over to the magistrates and let them deal with it. Hmm. The dwarves would be furious. Here you go. Hand her the PPG. There must be another way to get rid of the dwarf. No, let's not make more enemies. Yes, everyone should be friends. I love how exceedingly obvious the fence-sitting nature of wisdom is. And it's so funny that it's the, you know, the one ability that appealed to me the most. It's very funny. You're cooked, the white skin will catch you and eat you, they're coming. Okay, well, in that sense, Tolkien obviously means it quite literally, which is funny, right? Because obviously we read it through the modern lens and it's like, oh, he said you're cooked, you know? But in this particular case, I think it's meant literally, right? It's a prediction of what's gonna happen to them. They're gonna actually get cooked and eaten. Yeah. But it does read pretty funny under a modern lens. The ability to hold two contradictory sounding ideas and reconcile them with new ones so the fence-sitting can be a form of wisdom. Oh, no, I totally agree with that. I think that's something that's missing. Actually, I've been thinking about that a lot lately. That's something that's missing a lot in modern discourse in general. It's the idea that, yeah, you can have two contradictory things be true at the same time. Especially when it comes to non-physical things. It's not like matter and antimatter existing in the same spot, right? It's about the idea that, yeah, the world, especially like on a social level and all those things, is complicated and complex enough that two contradicting things, at least on a surface level contradicting, right, can be true at the same time. And you can hold two contradicting ideas in your brain. It doesn't mean that you're not making sense as a person. It's just that the world and existence is that complex. That with our limited understanding of everything, two contradicting things can exist at the same time. They might not exist anymore if we had a full picture of everything, but we can't, so... Merriam-Webster does note that in 1851 is the only source of relief, otherwise were cooked. Regarding landlord proprietors? Interesting. Huh. Language. What a funny thing. I mean, I could tell her that the papers are expired and see what she thinks of it. As long as she, you know, she already thinks they're invalid. So as long as we don't give her the papers, we're not really condemning the dwarfs. Anyway, explain it to me in detail first, from the top. Let's see what she has to say first. The words leave your lips as if you've spoken them 100,000 times. Be it memories of our past as an investigator. It's all just an inconvenience. Her eyes say, a pain in the ass. Then just say that. Agent Vera. Circle square conflict added. Okay, we have an update for our quest. These lovely Asgalists have decided by themselves to hold a rally here on this lovely circle square. Unfortunately, they need a permission of public gathering, or a PPG. PPG needs to be approved by the district council. They do not have a proper PPG. You pick up on our use of the word proper. What does that entail? And you're just sitting here because... What do you mean by proper? She scoffs. It is marked for last week. It is expired. Oh, so she knows. Interesting. You already knew that. But can you believe her? I mean, yes, I've seen the thing. Charisma. She's not lying, but there's something else. Ah, she's twisting the truth. But in what way? Is it not marked for last week? Was it a different... Is it expired but like yesterday or something? I don't remember. It was last stream. I need to look at it again. Hold on. And you're just sitting here because... simple, really. These dwarves are ignoring my call to disperse. So I am here as a witness. If they do not leave by sundown, they will be fined and or arrested. Why don't you just come back at sundown? I would, if it wasn't for the fact that I need to witness the entirety of the trespassing. Since they were served during the morning, if they do not disperse by sundown, they will be inflicted with an entire day's worth of fines. I'd have an assistant to do it, or a secretary, but we're stretched thin as it is with the election coming up. So wait, if the dwarves disperse before sundown, they'll be fine? Can I give them that information? Like, oh, just leave before sundown. Just do your rally fast and then go. No, I'll just sit here and smile politely. Arrested by whom? She gives you a smug grin. You, perhaps? The monopoly on violence here on Tolstad is more of a oligopoly. It'll be a roll of the die to see who gets employed to handle these rude dwarves. Maybe literally. Maybe some goblins. The city of Norvik also allows us to employ mercenaries for extra legal enforcement. But the company likes to avoid that in most cases. As you can imagine, mercs tend to lack that finer touch. This woman loves to talk. You know, Constitution? That's probably why I like her. She's great. There's something shady about this. I would love to enforce your justice. Is this a euphemism? I don't want anything to do with this. Do it yourself. Nod and look away. Yeah, I would love to enforce your justice is a wild sentence. I'm gonna nod and look away. She laughs. Now you're acting like a true city official. I think she's calling me out for fence sitting. God damn it! I haven't... We played Disco Elysium 3 years ago. Almost. I haven't made any progress as a person. I'm just still fence sitting in the same way. I'm just still as indecisive. Sounds like trouble. Move on. Trouble would at least be exciting. This is just dull. If only I could get my hands on those PPG documents. Then I could simply hand them over to the city and go home early. Or rather, head back to the office and complete the Hork Scythe. The draft for the marketing meetup. Sorry, I've got a lot on my plate. The marketing meetup. You're being manipulated. Be careful. Yeah. I do not want to help you in any way, shape, or form because I am busy. I used to be indecisive, now I'm not sure. Hmm. That reminds me, I don't know why I'm thinking about that now, but someone yesterday, I was watching a stream, and someone asked, where would you go if you could astral project? And my answer in my head was, I would get out of my own way. Which I thought was pretty clever. What, Warren? I think it's a great answer. It works on so many levels. Okay, Timmy. Oh, maybe you were reacting to Timmy, Warren? Yeah. It's dangerously close to pun level? It's not. What Timmy said, on the other hand, despicable. Can we give 1 minute to Timmy for his crimes, please? On the bench, Timmy. This is a penalty. Thank you. Oh, God! What are you people doing? I'm on mobile. So is Warren, apparently. That was supposed to be 60 seconds. Do they add up? Is he like timed out for like... No? Okay. They replace each other. Okay, fine. It's all good, Warren. Alright, I'm gonna discuss with her. Maybe we can manipulate her. I checked the papers, they're expired, which she knows. They are indeed expired and invalid. Wait, they let you check the papers? Aren't you a smooth talker? See? See what happens when you have actual Riz? If you could get them to me, that'd be quite the favor. Ooh, yeah, I don't know. I don't know about that. I spoke with Alphos, make a decision? I don't know about that one, though. I'll solve this. Wouldn't that be something? That you could just swoop in and save the day. That's what I'll do. I'm a hero, you see. I'm gonna say that. I'm gonna say that. I want to affirm that I'm a hero. That's the second time I can mention that I'm a hero. I want to affirm that. That's what I'll do. I'm a hero, you see. She laughs. You are indeed. She keeps laughing. I don't think she's taking us very seriously. But, you know. You certainly entertain her. Hey! They say it's the first step, right? You make her laugh, you know? You're already halfway there. I'm here on important business. Business, you say? She leans in and squints at you. Fascinating. Perhaps I can be of service, Earthguard. For your business? Where's the Goblin Chieftain? Lady Sageleaf. Just head down these stairs. Good luck getting an audience, though. By moving your head to the side and using your eyes to look south, you see a... Hold on. That is so funny. Like... Instead of just saying you look south and you see a garden of some sort, it's like by moving your head to the side and using your eyes. It's so precise. You see a goblin or two on the ramparts. You can time out for 60 seconds on mobile, but you have to scroll down 2 pages on their chat pop-up. Weird. Well, Timmy hasn't said anything, and it's been way past 1 minute, so I don't know if he's still timed out, but... Or if he's just waiting for his moment to come with another pun. Is she busy? I sure hope so. Took us months to get in the room with her to discuss some renovation in the halls. The halls, a common slang for the central spire of apartments in Tolstad. The lower ones are less fancy. Okay. If she's not busy, she's a bitch. Well, you know, I may have some bad news for you. I haven't met her yet, but I don't know. I have a feeling. Alright, 10 bucks. Good to know. Dragon of Tolstad, my ass. She catches herself from releasing any more profane comments. Anything else? It was unfortunately only for 60 seconds with the added bonus of the timeout lock on my chat not going away until I refreshed. Interesting! That's weird. Huh. I think Twitch should have another notification for it. They should add a notification like, hey, I'm back from timeout, that the whole chat knows about, right? Maybe that would make it better. Yeah, you should be able to share it. Yeah. Don't give them ideas. Listen, I don't think they need my ideas. If anything, they thought about that 10 years ago. Yeah. Timeout streaks, yeah. Okay, listen, if there was a deletion streak, I think I would consider it, enabling it. Though not really, because then it would become a game to spoil, so you would get timed out. Imagine believing you could out Bad Idea Corporation. Well, I don't want to, you know, toot my own horn, but I think I could give them a run for their money, honestly. I always thought I would be very good at being the person that finds all the evil things the corporations could do. Like, I want to be hired by a corporation just to find evil things that they could get away with. I think I'd be really good at that. I don't know. Maybe I'm being, you know, maybe I'm over-evaluating my skills there. But I think I'd be really good at that. Occupation Warm Tongue. Professional Enchitifier sounds great. I'm not good at good ideas, not good at bad ideas. I'm also mediocre with the jokes, all around terrible. It's good to know your place, person. Whether you'd go for the evil ideas or the funny evil ones. I mean, it needs to be a good mix of both for, you know, for people to not realize that the evil ones aren't that funny. Before it's too late. AI summary on a stream I was watching. Oh yeah, that's a thing. Is it a thing on this channel? I'd be really curious what the AI summaries of my channel are. Do you think the AI would get confused by the lack of progress made in the video game? Probably not, right? It's probably, you would probably figure out that we're just talking about random nonsense. AI is already confused, yeah. Can you opt out of being included in the AI? I don't know. I haven't seen any options. There's a ton of stuff that's happening these days that you cannot really control. Apparently, there's a 45% off for a week on Twitch, on subs or whatever. I don't know why. Like, does anyone know? Like, I haven't seen any sponsors, like, you know, appear. It's not like, oh yeah, Valorant's sponsoring this thing. It's like, it's just there, and I have no idea why. Is it a summer sale? I thought you turned that on? No. Was like that a week ago? Yeah, but a week ago that was my... no, wait, that would... Could it have been mine? I don't know. I may have turned it on myself a week ago. Because I didn't do it last month or something. I don't know. I'm just confused. What's up, Glegger? How are you doing today? I'd be in response to Steam summer sales. The Give Them All also has a discount. Yeah, I don't know. I really don't know what's going on. I was expecting, you know, at first I was like, is it like, because MSI is currently happening, right? The League of Legends big international thing. And I was like, maybe it's a Riot Games sponsorship or whatever. At the same, because that was the only sort of big thing I could think about. But yeah, I don't know. Person! You know, Person, I appreciate your sense of timing, and I'll explain. You did that right as the music in the game was fading out, which means the alert was perfectly timed. Like, it didn't cover the music in the game. It was just a perfect transition. Yeah. I appreciate timing more than most things. And then the music starts again. Person, you've created art unintentionally. Beautiful. Thank you for gifting 10 subs to the channel, Person. 240 total. Thank you so very much. And whoever, you know, all of you who got the subscriptions, enjoy the ad-free experience. And as always, you will be remembered. What's up, Lex? Awesome alert. Yeah, it's from Returnal. Which... Man, every time I fucking think about Returnal, I'm like, this game was so underrated. Returnal might be... It's definitely one of my top 10 games of all time, I'm pretty sure. I don't have a precise top 10, but if I had one, Returnal should be in there. What a game. Yeah. Just got here, never heard about this game, but I see hot orc lady and I am sad. Yeah, she's pretty cool. The problem is, I think she's working for the wrong side of, of things. Yeah. I think she's working for the wrong side of things, based on my personal beliefs at least. I think she's working for the liberals. And she's working against the, you know, she's working against the workers. Which is not a good look. I mean, everyone's got to do their job, right? Everyone's got to have a job. Maybe she's just... It's just her job. Might not be her own, like, personal beliefs, but... Yeah. What's up, Hippophant? But yeah, Lex, if you've played Disco Elysium and you like Disco Elysium, this will scratch the itch. And good news... If you want to get ahead of me and keep watching the stream as you progress on your own story, you would probably be further in the game than I am within an hour of playing it. I am making very little progress, as we're talking a lot about everything. So. Yeah, we're about 1 or 2 hours into a standard playthrough pace. I would say 1 hour. Probably. Sim Torik, thank you for the tier 3, 41 months. Not as good a sense of timing as person, but I appreciate you nonetheless. Sim Torik, thank you so much for tier 3. You will be remembered. I hope you've been doing well. Thank you, thank you. That's a huge amount of support. Thank you, guys. 2 if you count character creation? Maybe so, yeah. I think that'd be correct. Yeah. Yeah, depending on how long you take on character creation. 1 or 2 hours. Anyway, we did say we wanted to flirt with the baddies. That's true, that's true. That's why I put a few points in charisma, right? I don't think we're doing a great job at it so far. But she laughed, you know, we made her laugh already, so hopefully she was laughing with us and not at us. I'm not entirely sure. Anyway, she'll see. Clearly, she doesn't like Lady Sageleaf very much. She looks annoyed now. Oh, god damn it! That's my fault. Oh, it just dawned on me. You know what the art style reminds me of? That Warcraft adventure game that never came out. Which I think was called Warcraft Adventures. It just dawned on me that it looks a lot like that art style. Which was inspired by the same sort of like 70s, you know, animation thing. So it makes sense. But yeah, I think it's just looking at the orc lady is what brought me to like, oh yeah, it reminds me of the orcs in that one game, right? Yeah, some of you might not even remember it, but those of you that are a bit older remember waiting for that game, probably being excited. It was supposed to be a point-and-click Warcraft game. There's an almost finished version of it available to play. That I think leaked at some point or whatever. I've seen some like playthrough on YouTube. What's up, Bubsy? As to be said that liberals has a very different meaning depending on the country you're from. Yeah, that's true. That's true. That's true for everything political, I think. Right. But I think you sort of get the idea when it comes to the free striders. You know, they're working on the free market. They want, you know, keep raising the prices but not raise the wages and all that. You can tell sort of the direction it's going, I think, with the free striders in this game. Which, you know, I'm not saying there's not benefits to that sort of leadership, but it definitely seems like it's hurting the workers and probably the consumers. I don't know. We don't know very much about the game yet. We haven't explored very much of it, but it's pretty forward with its political alignments. Free market fundamentalism. It's a B-side. How are you doing? Was waiting for that game in StarCraft Ghost. Yeah. Yeah, Warcraft Adventure was really like... I think it is one of my first experience with, oh shit, a game got cancelled. What a shame. I think it was my first memory of knowing about a game, waiting for it, and then the game never coming out, being cancelled. And me being just very sad about it. Yeah. Now it feels like it's a a weekly thing. Games being cancelled and never coming out. But I will say, you know, at least with Warcraft Adventures, it was Blizzard looking at it and being like, you know what, this is not on the level of the type of stuff we want to release. It does not represent Warcraft and our product in the way we think is worth releasing. We didn't reach our goals, so artistically speaking, we're just gonna not release it. Nowadays, it seems like canceled games are never really for that reason. It seems like it's, just, oh, it doesn't look like it's gonna make enough money. Let's cut the funding. Oh well. Different reasons, same results, right? They were worried the game would make so much money to devalue the dollar. Sure, go. Listen, I've seen the playthroughs of Warcraft Adventure on YouTube. What was there at least? I can see why they thought the game was not on the level of what they were expecting for themselves. It wasn't a very good adventure game. The puzzles were very simplistic. It was a little rough around the edges, even for the time being. Though that could be put down to the fact that it wasn't finished, right? But, yeah. Just in general, I think the story was pretty underwhelming, and the puzzles were not that interesting. Compared to contemporaries, such as, I don't know, Full Throttle. Games like that. Tell me what you know about the tea shop. The tea shop that blew up, she says dramatically. Sounds like a magazine tale. I heard it was an accident. The Post mentioned it in passing. Minor mishap, I believe was the official quote. Although from what people tell me, it was quite the explosion. So you weren't in the area? No, I was on the North Wall, company business. The North Wall is one of the 5 districts of Norvik, known as the Industrial District for its many factories built along the river. This is where you live. Anyone who calls it the North Wall is probably not a local. Everyone who is cool calls it North Wall. Just North Wall. That's funny. Okay, so we are from Norvik. We're literally from there. Just a different part of the city. Yeah. The sign of an outsider, she calls it the North Wall instead of just North Wall. Yeah, no, I get that. I don't think that second role was necessary, Charisma, but thank you for making it very clear. In case I'm slow, right? She looks inland. Inland, a term for travel towards the endless waste, away from the coast. For some reason, that seems like a pretty obvious term. I don't know if it needed a decision, but I like definition. But I like that it's, reclarifying some stuff, because obviously you might have not. We already know about the endless wastes and all that, but some other players may not have clicked on all the things. So I like redundancy when it comes to lore. Also, coming from Disco Elysium, you think about inland. You're like, maybe she's looking inside her soul or something. I did see the smoke. It was a clear day. What do you think was the cause, Earthguard? I believe there was spellcasting involved. Maybe it was the tea leaves. If the magistrates say it was an accident, I believe it was an accident. No comment. She's not a journalist. But yeah, I don't know. I believe there was spellcasting involved. Maybe it was the tea leaves. If the magistrates say it was an accident, I believe it was an accident. I don't know. Am I being funny, flirty if I say maybe it was the tea leaves? Is that the tone that it's going for? Like, I'm gonna make a lighthearted joke to be, to be flirty. I don't know. That's the way I would want it to be, but I'm afraid the game's gonna be very literal with this. Yeah, is this Riz? Question mark? Maybe I have to try. I don't know. I'm hoping this is meant as a, flirty joke. Maybe it was the tea leaves. The leaves? Oh no, she thinks we're being literal. Maybe they caught on fire since they're so dry, and also leaves. That is so bad. I love that I can say, like, okay, the game kind of accommodates for it in the sense that I can be very literal, or I can be like, never mind, you missed the point of my comment. Do I double down? There's a part of me that's like, maybe I should just double down. You know, embrace the awkward, you know, first degree literal situation. Oh man, there's gonna be rain. I want to open my window, but apparently there's gonna be a bit of rain later. You know what? I think it's so warm. I'm at the point where I'm like, you know what? It can rain inside. I don't fucking care. I'm gonna let it rain inside. And I'll put a towel on the ground or something. Embrace the rizzleness. Listen, man. We wanted to flirt with the baddies. We found a baddie and we are just failing. I'm gonna double down. Maybe they caught on fire since they're so dry. And also leaves. Interesting theory. I've yet to hear of a tea leaf be able to cause such a blast. If you find one, let me know. That would be wonderful in war. Will do. Anyway. Yeah, I think she's not responding to our humor. Or maybe she's flirting in her own way and I'm not getting it. I don't know. That would be wonderful in war. She smiles. I'm sure the company would love to sell it. See? Fucking liberals. Those free striders sound worse and worse the more I learn about them. I'm sensing communication issues in this relationship. Hold on. Are you here to investigate the tea shop? She's a free strider, so why run? You know, dexterity, yes? Question mark? Or no? Do I lie? No, I'm gonna go yes, question mark. Yes? Oh, fuck! I clicked the wrong button! God damn it, okay, that was annoying, because I was overing... Yeah, look, it was like this. I was trying to click yes, but since I was on no before, it sticks until you are way further. Like, the alignment is not great. The answer that's under starts very fast. Something to be mindful of going forward. You very quickly go from one answer to the one below. But, okay, that being said, it seems like we're getting a fun little interaction there, so it's okay. But actually, she says, holding out her hands. Maybe. Is that a maybe yes? I swear. Okay, never mind. That was great. I'm so glad I misclicked. That was amazing. Yeah, it was worth the misclick. I'm totally okay with it. Prefer using keyboard for convos? Yeah. I do like playing one-handed and just, you know, having one free hand to whatever. I'm currently playing with a tiny little whoa, I'm literally blanking on the word. Are you gremlin sitting right now? Not really. No, I'm sitting pretty normally. I have one leg over the other, but that's it. A feather! Thank you! Jesus! Holy fuck! Am I getting old? Is that what... Is that how dementia starts? Not remembering a feather as a word is crazy. Uh-oh, yeah, I... Full blaming on the warmth. It's too warm for my brain to think. Yeah, it's a feather from a pillow. Lack of sleep? No, I've been sleeping pretty well lately, actually. Like, last 2 weeks were fine since my last bout of insomnia. Funny enough, the heat, you know... Well, okay, the other day was a little, like... No, that's actually, yeah. A few days ago, I didn't sleep too much. Because of the heat. Yeah. I don't know. The past couple days were good. What I started doing in the past couple days is putting a water bottle in the freezer, taking it out, wrapping it in a towel, and literally hugging the towel with the ice bottle in it when going to sleep, just to feel cooler as I'm trying to fall asleep. It worked pretty well. It's actually pretty efficient. Yeah. Mad joke, but forgetting common things in your vocabulary is an early Alzheimer's indicator. Zero joke. Yeah, it's fine. If it was in French, I'd be more worried, DJ. But I was thinking of the word in French and not, you know, like somehow not being able to find the English word. If I'm starting to forget words in French, then yeah, I'll be a little worried. I have the opposite sometimes. Funny enough, I know the word in English and I'm like, I can't remember what it's called in French. That has happened to me a couple times. Because at this point of my life, for the past decade, I've been thinking and speaking English more than French. So, I think as long as I have the word in one of the two languages, I'm okay. It just means that my brain's getting confused with one and the other, right? Anyway, is that a maybe yes? Nice weather we're having. I love that answer, but I think I'm just gonna be honest. I'm just gonna say yes. Yes. Interesting. I'll be honest, I assumed the city would just ignore it. But they sent you. It's a sort of giveaway. Clearly someone thinks this is an esoteric mess if they sent a cleric to look into it. I'm already laughing at one of the answers. Why would the city avoid sending a representative? What exactly have you heard? Esoteric. I keep hearing that word. What does it mean exactly? Well, I'm here now. Esoteric. I keep hearing that word. What does it mean exactly? It means her eyes wander for a while. Her brow furrows. It's a term to describe whenever anything queer happens, whether the cause would be regular spellcasting or something more esoteric. I wonder if she's just like, why does he not know? What's with this cleric who doesn't know what esoteric is? Good usage of the word queer here, as, you know, to mean... What would be the right word? Uncommon? Irregular, as in not standard, right? Happy Esoteric Month, everybody. Nice. Strange, unusual, yeah. Yeah, good word, good usage of the word there, though. You don't see it used that way often anymore. Like it. Whether the cause would be regular spellcasting or something more esoteric. Yeah, it's a good word. I'm sure you've noticed something you couldn't explain rationally, then that would be esoteric. I assumed you, of all people, would know that, will know what it is, considering she mimics casting a spell with her hands, then points to you. I love the idea of her being like, you know, that's so funny to me. I think we're losing Riz points by, you know, asking those questions. Mimic. Oh, I love that this can actually, you know, you can question what an actual mimic is. Horrifying shape-shifting monster, capable of copying the looks of any object it discovers, although with some size limitations depending on the type. If you touch it, you'll get stuck and probably eaten. Scary. Why would the city avoid sending a representative? Because of the... Yes, dexterity, speak. No, I want dexterity to finish their sentence. Because of the election, of course. Not sure I follow. Look, Tolstad is a highly volatile district with a lot of extremist ties. I believe this tea shop acted as sort of a lightning rod. So when a place like that blows up, why would any faction spend resources investigating it? Especially when those resources could be spent on trying to win the terribly important election. I guess so. Then again, investigating it could be a way to signal, hey, we're not responsible for, you know, trying to murder people. So. A sound reasoning. While some might see it as corruption, I'd classify it more as simple, boring, but ultimately harmless bureaucracy. Yeah, see, bureaucracy is fucking... And who suffers from all this nonsense? The little guys. The poor person who was running that tea shop. The customers who were in there. The people who are now worried, you know, about their safety. Who cares about them? What exactly have you heard? It blew up. Fireplace incident. Bullshit, of course. Most likely a rogue spellcaster. Well, I'm here now. I don't think the dwarves want to be called that. I'm not sure what you're referring to. You sure are. And good luck, cleric. If there's anything the Ascani Reeds Trading Company can do to help you out, let me know. Okay, that's crazy. That is not what I meant at all. You can usually find me down in our HQ on Waterlane. She smiles in a way that completely breaks down your defenses. Looking forward to seeing you there. Oh no, we're being charmed. I think yeah, that's it. We have a crush, ladies and gentlemen. Whoa. A kind gesture with ill intent. I'm done discussing business. You want to move on to more casual topics than politics, perhaps? Oh yeah, so casual. Actually, I'd like to know more about you. Little old me? I'm an open book. Oh, you should not have said that. Um. mm, mm, mm. Where are you from? She doesn't answer you at first. Instead, she looks away for a moment and smirks. What's up, Fireheart? My name is Fireheart. I don't know if that's the reason why you took the name, but it reminds me of that Viva la Dirtly character, epic NPC man character. I think his name is Fire. Oh, it might be Fireheart, not Fire Hearth. Yeah, I'm not sure. Good name though. I'm also not sure how you actually pronounce that second part of the word, the name. Earth? Earth? I know it's like Hearthstone, but I also don't know if you're supposed to pronounce it Hearthstone or Hearthstone or whatever. Either is fine. I hate that answer. I need an answer. I need a proper response. I need to not be given a choice, Timmy. Second one? I don't remember what the second one was. Professional fence sitter. You can't change who you are. Doesn't answer you. Where are you from? She doesn't answer you at first. Instead, she looks away for a moment and smirks. She's thinking of messing with you. You mean because I am an orc, I can't be Norvikian? She says, looking at you with a stern expression. I didn't mean it like that. Yes, where are you from, orc? Oh my god! This is so tempting to double down. But I have a feeling the game's not gonna... Again, I'm worried about... I would love to say that as a humor thing, because she's trying to mess with me, right? And so I fire back. But I'm worried about the game not going for that specific tone, right? The safe response would be, you know what I mean. I think this would beat her at her own game, but I'm worried it's actually like, yeah, no, I'm just gonna be racist. Straight up. That's my character. I have to think about this one. Well, while I'm thinking about this one, I'm actually gonna open the window because it's time. It's window time. Finally, Jesus. I'll be back in 30 seconds. Oh, I need to be really careful of the buttons I press here. Click out of the game first. That was the rule, right? Yeah. Okay. I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. All right. Thank you for your patience. Depends on where you're from. Earth or hearth, like roof or roof. Is there several ways of saying roof? First I hear of this. It's Timmy, so he's probably messing with me. There are different regional ways? Really? I've heard some people say roof like rough. Huh. I legitimately had never heard of that. right, so okay, it's tempted to... Is this gonna be understood as I'm playing along? Or is this gonna sound like me being racist? I'm very scared. In some part of the US, they pronounce the oo like the U in put. Put. Roof. 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 The roof? Bath and bath. Garage. Garage. Okay, the first one, bath, and I'm not sure what the two versions are, but garage and garage. Yeah. Garage. Earth like heart or earth. Rough. Rough. Go through tough, thorough thought. You can figure out what you prefer. That was a well put together sentence, Timmy. I am in admiration. How do you pronounce bath other than bath? Yeah, I don't know. Bath? Bath. Roof. Roof. That from my summer car? Okay, so I have two options here. It's either, you know what I mean, if I want to play it straight, or yes, where are you from, org, if I want to try to take a risky play, which is playing along with her, you know, trying to mess with me. But I'm worried that this is going to be like straight up me being racist and she's going to be very mad. I feel like I don't know her enough to make that, to risk that as being a joke. But it is certainly tempting. No. I do not know. Because my favorite answer would be number 2, assuming it's understood that I'm like sort of playing along with the joke. And sort of like turning the tables on her, right? But I can't guarantee that. Man, I wish there was. Sometimes you get like a little bit of a tone indicator in the game, right? This time we didn't get one, so I'm like, I'm not sure if I can risk it. Certainly would be an interesting choice to see where it goes. But I don't want to risk being a racist. That'd be really bad. I think I'm just gonna play it safe and say, you know what I mean. But what if this is the joke that disarms her, right? Yeah, we need 2 separate options. Play along, yes, or sincere racist, yes, exactly. There's a part of me that's tempted to be like, it's a good opportunity to test the game's tone, and if the game sort of, how much the game reads my mind there. But at the same time, it's like, if this is not a racist option, my thought is, there's pretty good chances that the game would allow you to be a terrible person, right? Which means this is the option to be a terrible person. If you remove that, then there's no option to be a terrible person. Unless it's in two parts. Like, first you say that, and then she's like destabilized, and is like, are you serious? And then you can confirm if you are serious or if you're just joking. But, I don't know. Last time I thought I was making a joke, I was actually not making a joke. Which was the leaves thing, right? I was like, oh yeah, I'm gonna just joke about that. Turns out I wasn't joking at all. So maybe I play it safe. In this case. You know what I mean. I do, she says, giving you a warm smile. I'm from Blood City Bay. I ran with the war bands when I was a girl. Blood City Bay, that sounds really cool. Blood City Bay, the most populated city around the coast, built upon the corpse of Gorgorian the Great and Terrible. A sprawling mess of wooden walkways and buildings carved out of the calcified remains, once famous for its fleet of airships deployed during the Coast War, known as the origin of the Industrial Revolution. And while New Thazan has overtaken it as the leader in manufacturing, it still stands as one of the most industrious city-states. And the Industrial Revolution was a period of rapid technological, esoteric, and social change that became in Old Dominor between 270 and 440 AE. Okay, the game itself's making that mistake now. I'm pretty sure this is supposed to be Dimenor. I've read it as Dominor in the past, but I think this is supposed to be Dimenor. With an I. Huh. Well, I feel better for misreading it then. It marked the shift from agrarian, magic-based, and handcraft economies to industrialized and mechanized production. Its transformation revolutionized manufacturing, transportation, and urban life, laying the foundation for the modern industrial world. Took me all around the coast, she explains, far from the cursed plains of Feltyre. Feltyre, a land of elven ruins with magical fertile lowlands in between. In its center sits Blood City Bay, the largest city on the coast, built out of the corpse, or rather just ahead, Gorgorian. We were hired during the Third Revolutionary War in Reeds. When it was over, I stayed behind. As she speaks, you see her eyes glimmer. All those memories coming back to her, she's seen a lot. Those were the days. Oh my god, see, that's what I mean. You know when... Okay, so I think I'm gonna have to assume that everything in the game, unless it's extremely obvious, is literal. And when it's not, the game will probably make it obvious with, like, tone indicators. What's it like being an orc in Norvik? You are a strong and physically imposing woman. Attempt to flirt. I love that the attempt to flirt is just like a very descriptive term. You are a strong and physically imposing woman. It's like Dwight Schrute trying to flirt by just saying facts. What's it like being an orc in Norvik? My kind is quite rare, so... She mumbles, her gaze trailing off towards the horizon. Some sadness, loneliness. You feel terrible for her. The occasional comment does sting a bit. I've gotten used to it. Thank God we didn't go for that, you know, orc route earlier. That might have really been bad. How nice of you to ask. I'm not asking for you. I'm collecting information. Yes, I am a wonderful person. I know what it's like being discriminated against. Do we? I don't know. I'm not sure we do. That's the problem. Saying that... Okay, man, even if it is, let's assume that we're being also discriminated against. I don't think that's a great answer. Because it's like, you know, you're making it about you. I don't think there's any good answer here. I think, yes, I'm a wonderful person is the only one that sort of strikes as a funny, you know, retort. But I'm very afraid that the game's gonna take it very literally. Damn it. Not at all performative political alignment to flirt with women, yeah. So I'm trying to think, like, what could we have in our history that justifies the idea of being this? Because magic doesn't seem like it's enough of a, you know, it could be like some worlds, fantasy worlds have like, yeah, everything that's magic is discriminated against or whatever. They don't like magicians. It doesn't seem to be the case in this game, considering the wizards were like sort of leading before the revolution. Oh, unless that's... Yeah, okay, no, hold on. Maybe after the revolution, anything magical is not considered very highly anymore. I don't know. Like, oh, man, this is... I don't know. I haven't played the game enough to know how much I can trust it, right? There's a trust you build with the game, which in Disco was built over time, but then was extremely strong. I knew Disco... Like... With Disco, it felt like I knew exactly what the sentences were gonna mean. Like, I knew exactly what the tone was gonna be. I knew exactly how it was gonna be taken. It felt like I got the tone of the writing perfectly. In this game, I'm not sure yet. I haven't played it enough, right? And so... I'm like, is this supposed to be the, like, you know... empathetic answer, you know, like, oh yeah, I understand, you know, it's hard, and or is it like, oh, I'm pretending that I know what it's like and she's gonna be upset about it, or, you know, because I actually don't know, like, you know. And is this one like a funny retort, like, yeah, I'm so wonderful, right? Or is it like, oh yeah, no, I'm actually amazing, like, literally. I have to test the tone of the game if I want to be able to better at those things later. If I always take the safe answer, I'm never going to test the tone of the game enough. And I won't know. So since I'm not too fond of that third answer, because I'm not sure why I would be familiar with discrimination as a person. Like, nothing in my character so far has indicated any of that. I think that's a good opportunity to test. And if I'm just literally gonna, I've claimed that I was the hero before. She laughed about it. So maybe, maybe there's something of value to that angle. What's up, Sam? How are you doing today? Yeah, no, I mean, obviously, to me, that's part of the fun with those games, is trying to understand the language of the game and trying to understand the tone and what is the narrative voice of the game when it comes to you as the character. I think is a very interesting exercise. Which, some games don't really go very deep in that regard, because the writers don't really maybe put much thought in it. I feel like this one would, probably. I feel like this is something, as a writer, I would ask myself those questions. Like, how is the audience, how is the player gonna, understand those words? Because that's what I do if I'm writing a novel. I do think about how the audience is gonna understand the things, right? That's how you work your readers. Manipulate them, trick them, take them for a ride, and then surprise them and all those things, So if I was writing a game like this, I would definitely be asking myself those questions as I'm writing those answers. I'm gonna go with yes, I'm a wonderful person. Let's see where this goes. Yes, I am a wonderful person. Your comment elicits a spontaneous laugh. Oh, gods be damned. You're a special little man. Okay, again, I don't know. Is she laughing at me or with me? Any insight, wisdom? That's the first genuine laugh from her. She carries a thoroughly constructed mask. I think we're doing good. I think we're doing good. I don't know. There's a part of me, maybe I'm fooling myself, but I think we're breaking, we're breaking in a little bit. I mean, the you're a special little man sounds slightly condescending in the way that I'm like, maybe she's laughing at me, but I don't know. I think the charm's working. Yeah, Ragn got game. You are a strong and physically imposing woman. Attempt to flirt. We gotta do it. She covers her mouth and tusks with a hand. Phylogenistic agenda? Okay. Uh-huh. She's trying not to laugh. I think we're nailing this. You got one shot. She's bedazzled by your confidence. Don't fuck this up. This is bad. It's okay. Success. Constitution. We got this. Tell her she has nice tusks. No! Oh, God. You got real nice tusks. Bet you could carry me around like a straw doll. Oh, my God. I am not attempting to flirt with you. Oh my god. This is worse than Disco Elysium. I'm starting to think she was laughing at us. It was going so well. I was feeling confident before this. I can't back out of this. This would be cringe. I'm not gonna say she has nice tusks. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe that's a sensitive point, or works. I'm not sure. Yeah, well, listen, Quasi. I think there's something to be said about doubling down. Sometimes. Like, she's already laughing, right? Which is part of our charm, I'm sure. So maybe doubling down with the, you know, bet you can carry me around like a straw doll. She's gonna probably burst out laughing, but that's part of, you know, that's part of the trick. You know what they say? You want to make her laugh. Huh. This is too serious. This is too much of a straight compliment. And this is just, you know, too cowardly. What's up, gnomes? Bet you can carry me around like a straw doll. You bet your sweet ass. Few men get that privilege. Ah, that's so cool. What an answer. Yeah, I mean, she's responding, you know. She didn't laugh at us or anything. She's desperately trying not to laugh, but she didn't. Oh god. No! No! Sweat. Tremors. Be wary. This could end very badly. Okay, hold on. Hold on. +1, you're exhausted. Fuck, I should have rested. -2 DC. She's thoroughly entertained by our antics. She's entertained. I'm telling you, we're doing this. Okay, 11 DC is not bad. It's like a 50-50 shot, right? It's pretty good odds, I would say. Now, with my history of rolling, I have reasons to be concerned, but I can't back out now. I have to try it, right? Like, we have to try. We have to try. I cannot imagine not trying. It's a 45% shot, right? It's a 45% shot. What's up, Miss Bookums? How are you doing today? We are currently we're currently flirting with a baddie, a muscle, an orc muscle mummy in the game, and she's entertained. She's laughed at many of our attempts at joking and everything, but it seems like our charisma and our gut is failing us right now. So this could end badly, and we have a role to maybe try and save it, but it's 45% chance of success only. Which I wish it was a little more. Last thing we said was, I bet you can carry me around like a straw doll. To which she responded, "You bet your sweet ass. Few men get that privilege." So I don't know. I think we're in, right? Just based on that. But turns out, yeah, she's desperately trying not to laugh. So yeah, at least she's entertained. You know what they say about laughing. Yo, Chess Piece, thank you for the raid. Appreciate you. You're coming in at a very important point of us trying to not fumble a baddie. Greetings and salutations. Yeah, hello. Were you playing Torchlight or were you playing Chrono? It gives me Malevola vibes from Dispatch. Yes, DJ. She definitely does. Also, Karlach from Baldur's Gate a little bit. All those types that are pretty common in fantasy stories these days. Your flirting stands in line. Hey, listen. I'm summoning all my Riz right now. I'm clearly very good at this. Oh. Hey, 45% chance of success, honestly. Better than I've seen lately. In real life. I was playing Chrono, the game is bonkers. Yeah, nice, chess piece. This guy who's playing a lot of Runeterra, Majin Bay on YouTube, has done a video on the game. I haven't watched it yet, but he was a big Runeterra competitive player. So I don't even have that going for me. So 45% is good. Yeah. I'm telling you, 45% is better than my odds in real life in the past few years, I would say. Yeah. I've fumbled many a baddie in time. Is that how you would say? Fumbled many a baddies in my time. A baddie singular, maybe? I don't know. Whatever. I suck at flirting, is what I'm trying to say. In many more words that are not needed. Right, I mean, there's no way. I cannot imagine backing down from this. Like, I'm gonna have to roll. Like, there's just no way. There's no way I'm not rolling this. All right, ladies and gentlemen, get ready. We're gonna roll. 45% chance of success. Come on, we got this. Try to save it. One time, please die. You've been... That dice... Die? One... Wait. One dice to die. Or the other way around. Wait, one die, two dice. Thank you. Please die. My average roll right now is probably 4 or 5. If there's one time where I want to do a high roll, it's now. I literally got 2 natural ones since the beginning of the game, and there haven't been that many rolls. Okay, so I deserve a 20. I think fumbled a lot of baddies, you say. Yeah, I have a well, you know, a couple of them in recent years. Yeah. They're not very interesting stories, but it is what it is, you know. But, you know, if obviously, jokes aside, if we're being truthful, I don't know if it's as much of a, you know, me fumbling as it is just them being avoidant and emotionally unavailable. Which, in my opinion, is more that than anything else. But that is way too serious, so let's just say I fumbled. It's more funny. One is a die. Yeah. Yeah. 1 die, 2 dice. Yeah. 1 dice, 2 dices? What was too hard for you English people? I don't know. Why 1 dice, 2 dices makes so much more sense. Yeah, I've never heard anyone say a die 20 and just a d20. Yeah, but 1 20-sided die. Die. Yeah, no, we're all learning. I think it's great. Educational channel. Look at us. Anyway, all right, let me roll. It's time. I'm ready to fail. Oh, I'm so scared. This is the first roll that I'm like actually like invested in that much. I'm like, I really want to get this one. There's been quite a few of those in Disco Elysium, so I'm excited to have more of these. One dice, 2 Ds. Yeah, that's funny. All right, let's try to save it. Come on, guys, I need your energy. Let's all ask for a nat 20. Oh, let's go! Let's go! We're in! We saved it! Lucky 13 and everything. Oh my god, I was so nervous. We're not out of the woods yet. We're still just trying to save it. We're not out of the woods yet. Your mind races as you feel something within reach out towards the orc lady. For a moment, you see yourself through her eyes. Suddenly, you realize how awkward you're being. But also how you can save the situation entirely. Oh man. I feel that in my bones. I legitimately, this is so relatable to me. In, you know, sometimes you're, you know, you meet someone, you're trying to flirt with them, and suddenly you have a moment of like almost looking at yourself from a third person, and you're like, I am so aware right now of how I'm being perceived. I don't know if you guys have experienced that, but for me, it's like, it's something that's extremely relatable. And part of it is maybe just me, you know, being self-conscious, right? It could be self-consciousness. Maybe I'm not actually, you know, reading her mind or whatever. But, you know, you have that moment of, you're very aware of how you're being perceived, and you're like, I am just not, all my attempts at being charming are completely falling flat, and I'm very aware of how I'm being perceived. And this is an awful feeling. So I'm relating with this on such a personal level. It's crazy. How are you doing, Mystic Flame? I don't want to think about it. Is this it? The forbidden art, too powerful for any one man to wield. The power of the Riz. Is this the power of empathy? Charisma realizing that, oh my god, actually thinking about other people's feelings is so useful. Charisma having that realization is so funny. Really? This is not difficult. Oh, use empathy. Hey, that's our wheelhouse. Empathy is our wheelhouse. Max wisdom and everything. This is great for us. Use empathy. Ah, right. This orc, she likes a straightforward attitude. Just ask her in a confident tone. Something like... The last one, pose stoically. You, me, dinner? Alright, let's see. When all this blows over, how about you and I have a dinner someplace fancy? I know this Grace place down by the river. When I'm done saving the world, let's go eat there. God, why do I like number 2 so much? Why do I like number 2 so much? Three is so funny though. You, me, dinner. I don't know. Number 2 sounds like something I would actually say. You know? Make like a grandiose, you know, obviously ironic statement, right? Yeah, I mean, I do like the idea. What I like about this one, like legitimately, outside of the I'm done saving the world thing, is, you know, hey, I know this great place down by the river, right? It shows, what's the word I'm looking for? Like you have a plan, right? You're like planning something. You're not just like, oh yeah, let's, you know, it's like, I know this place, that's great, I want to take you there, right? It shows confidence or, you know, not agency. I'm looking for a different word. It's not coming to mind right now, but, yeah. And when I'm done saving the world, for me, like the way I'm reading it in this context is like, it's a callback to the conversation we've had, right? With me saying I was going to save the world and all that. Initiative. Thank you, Sam. Yeah, this, I know a great place down by the river, shows initiative. I think that's great. Because there's nothing worse than someone trying to, you know, invite you on a date, but they're being vague. Like, oh, hey, we could go somewhere. And it's like, oh, yeah, do you have any places in mind? And it's like, well, no, why don't you choose or whatever, right? It's like, well, you asked, so I assumed you had an idea. And you know, I'm not a stickler for that kind of stuff. Like, it's, you know, hey, we want to go somewhere, let's have a conversation and find a spot, right? I don't mind that at all. But I think maybe it's a bit of a old school sort of thing for me. But I feel like if you're the one inviting, you should be the one that suggests something. It's fine if the other person's like, oh, I don't like this place, let's go somewhere else, and then they suggest something or whatever. But you should, you know, if you're the one inviting someone out, you should have a plan, I think. Maybe that's old school, maybe that's an old way of looking at it, but to me, that's how I see it. If I'm inviting someone out, I'm gonna have a plan in mind. I don't think that's old school. Yeah, I don't know what kids do these days, right? If they're just like, why do teenagers sound like that in my, wanna go somewhere? Yeah. Let's just Yelp it. And they're just gonna look at Yelp, the highest scored thing. I don't know. I don't know how young people date. I'm old. Do people just grunt? They grunt at each other and just immediately fuck or something? Is that what young people do these days? I don't know. In this world, do they have Yelp? Yeah, probably not. They're probably asking ChatGPT or something. Yeah. Discord hangouts because everything is expensive as fuck. Yeah, I mean, hey, I love a good Discord hangout. Yeah. I do love a good Discord hangout. Watch a movie together, play, you know, play games. You don't even have to play games together sometimes. Some of the best times I've had were, you know, someone I liked was playing their own game and I was playing my own game and we're just having fun, you know? Sort of parallel play or whatever you want to call that. That's typically more for children, I think, but it works. But yeah, if we're going on a date, right? I think putting a little thought into planning when you're asking someone out is a good thing. That's why I like that answer more than the others too, I think. Yeah. This one oozes confidence and a little bit of humor. Hopefully it's taken as humor, right? I mean, we got there by, you know, saying all this, I guess. Although we had to make a roll for it, because this was going poorly. Actually, I think, you know, until until the you are strong and physically imposing, I think we were doing just fine. You know? Let's embrace who we are. Let's not try to be who we're not, right? He likes a straightforward attitude. Ask her in a confident tone. Yeah, I know this great place down by the river. When I'm done saving the world, let's go eat here. Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna go with that. The orc chuckles. Uh-oh. I am curious to see what's underneath that helmet of yours. Oh! Lads! We're in! We're so in! Fine, human. But after the election, I'm quite busy until then. Score! Score! Oh, that's so great. the game exactly on phase with it. See, that's what I was saying earlier. I need to get, you know, I need to get in sync with the game, and it looks like we are. Beautiful. Phylogenistic agenda completed. Interesting. Anything else you wanted? So you're working with the Free Striders. Oh god, now that we have a date, how about we learn the reasons why we don't want to have a date with this person? Maybe we should have asked her about that before flirting. I don't know. So you're working for the Free Striders. I don't work for the revolution. It's just a revolution. You fool. You knew that. Maybe? I work for the Ascani Reeds Trading Company. The Ascani Reeds Trading Company, one of the many branches of expansionist organizations along the coast. We promote the Free Striders. That is so clever. I love that. That is so well done. It's like in movies when you have like different characters speaking about something in different places, and the conversation like kind of jumps from one conversation. The shots jump from one conversation to the other, and the words kind of like you can tell like both conversations at once, even though they're not talking about the exact same thing, but the words sort of work with one another's sentences. I don't know if you guys know what I mean, but I love that type of directing. It can really nail the tone and the pace of a scene. And I think this is perfect, because there's this idea of like, oh, here's another lore dump, but hey, how about the intelligence doesn't say it, and instead the character who knows about it, who's living it, actually tells you what it's about, right? I think this is so clever. I like it. Yeah, it makes the character so much stronger in this case. We promote the Free Strider ideals in Ascan. Currently, we focus on making sure the selection process goes smoothly, along with other economic concerns. I enjoy working for them very much, perhaps not so much on slow days like this, but alas. So, okay. I understand that the Free Striders represent a certain democratic ideal, and especially, like, I think a positive aspect about them that I never thought about until just now is that despite them leading the revolution, they're still offering, like, a proper election. Now, who's to say how corrupted it is and how honest it's going to be and yada yada, but, you know, they didn't have to do that. They could have taken over by force or, you know, financial pressure or something. I don't know. Economic pressure. They're still, you know, making sure that there's a proper election that's being held. I think that's a plus. I don't know how I feel about the expansionist thing. Clearly, you know, very sort of capitalistic ideals, it seems. But yeah. Thank you for bringing Free Striderism to Norvik. Maybe I'm misjudging them. Maybe I'm too hard on the Free Striders. I don't know. I'm not just saying that to justify my flirting of Vera. I'm just, you know, I'm just saying. Maybe I need to keep my mind open. Sure. Listen, Shepard. Don't start with me, okay? Pigeon syndrome, being satisfied with breadcrumbs. No, but we don't know. I don't know them very well, okay? I barely started the game. They struck me as a capitalistic nightmare waiting to happen, but who knows? Democracy. I don't care for it. I like the election, but you're going to lose. Sorry, I don't really know any of this. You see, I am apolitical. I love that every time you mention being apolitical, it's the exact same phrasing. It's, you see, I am apolitical. It's every time, it's the same phrasing, which is so funny. Because it's that idea of bringing it up like as if that's, you know, like, oh yeah, no, you see, I'm apolitical. I don't, you know, I don't encumber myself with those thoughts, right? We're all humans on this planet, you know. I'm very smart. I see nuance in everything, so I'm smart. Hey, nuance is great. Don't be dissing on nuance right now. Okay? Doesn't, you know, doesn't make you any better than anyone else if you see it. And sometimes, you know, sometimes nuance needs to be thrown out the window and you just need to punch a Nazi, but you get what I mean. No, I do know what you mean as well. In many ways, nuance is like respect. You gotta earn it. Sometimes you just don't earn the benefit of nuance and you just get punched in the face. And that's okay. I don't know. I don't like any of those answers, if I'm honest. I'm a bit of a pickle there. Because I don't like any of those answers. I think 3, like by default. 3 would probably be the best answer. One is pretty neutral. It's like, although, I don't know, man. I don't like the idea of being too positive with the Free Striders before I know a little bit more what they stand for and exactly if, you know, if they're as shady as I think they are. Emmy, thank you for the raid. Appreciate you. What were you doing today? We are currently flirting with an orcish muscle mummy, and with great success. In fact, we got a date. We got a date earlier. Oh. Hades 2, I'm getting bored of it again. I've never played Hades 2. I like the first one just fine. Hades what? Isn't this the first woman we see in the game? We already have a date with her. You're the Riz Master. It is the first woman we see in the game, as far as I can tell. I don't know the gender of every person we've met, but it seems to be the first woman we've seen in the game. And we're 1 for 1. Yeah. We're batting a perfect 100% right now. Perfect game. Okay, so it's between 1 and 3. I think I'm just gonna go 3. I can't see myself supporting the free striders. I like the election, but you're going to lose. And any decent free strider would be happy with that outcome. It's about the process, not the outcome. Okay, see, I like that. But again, I mean, how much of it is pretend, right? How much of it is like, oh yeah, no, totally democratic process. If we don't win, it's fine. But they know they're not gonna lose because it's fucking corrupted to the... Who knows, right? You never know. You never know. Or again, maybe I'm misjudging them. I don't know. Not to pry, but if not free strider, what are you voting for in the election? It's only a few days away. Ah, shit. The Nationalist Party of Norvik, straighten your back. Asgalism shall sweep the coast. Or, actually, I'm apolitical. What? Where's the option to say, I'm not sure yet. I'm still considering my options. Oh, God. She's gonna think, if I say Asgalism is gonna sweep the coast, she's gonna think we're protecting the dwarves. Which we might be. So it would be okay. Oh man, is our political disagreements gonna get in the way of our date? It shouldn't. It's not like any of us has extreme, like super extreme ideas, right? I have a feeling the Nationalist Party of Norvik is probably not happy with orcs, right? So I'm definitely not going that way. Either pick one of those communist or fascist options or fuck off, yeah. I really wish there was an answer that's like, I'm not sure yet. Still considering my options, you know? But I'm gonna go Asgalism. Asgalism shall sweep the coast. Earthguard and Asgalist. What a combination. Yeah, see, she's very accepting. I'll be honest, this is one of the reasons I took this job, speaking with individuals such as yourself, hearing what they have to say. Oh my god, she's open-minded. I like her even more. So thank you for that. Yeah. She's being genuine. Yeah. Look at us. Who would have thought? She seems like a smart woman. I appreciate her. She knows how to play the game, but she knows when to be vulnerable. That's great. I'm done asking questions about you. Oh, silly me. Talking about myself all the time. What about you? I am your savior. I'm a literal walking corpse. I'm not important. Stare off in the distance. This is so funny. Oh, me. I'm not important. Being mysterious, are we? Oh, so good. Honestly, I think it's my favorite answer. I might just go for that. Because I'm a little walking corpse is a little... I don't know. I'm your savior is... I don't know, we've played that angle before, right? And it worked fine. It was funny. I think it's time to not go too ham on the you know, hero thing. So I could be very honest and blunt. I am a literal walking corpse. Which, you know, we've established that she likes straightforward attitude. Which, you know, this is not important. I'm not important. With the dramatic stare off, you know, trying to be mysterious. Probably not gonna appeal to her very much. I am a literal walking corpse. Necromancy isn't unheard of, but... who am I to judge? Be undead, if you want to. See, she's so cool. Just so cool with it all. Yeah. Now I really wonder what the staring off in the distance would have... Anyway, about the dwarves. Yes. Have they had enough time wasting my workday? Okay, good luck. I'm... Yeah, thanks. Nod your head and leave. Alright. Yeah, I'm gonna have to... I have to decide what to do with... Is it gonna compromise our date if I work against her here? Maybe not. I don't know. Let's see our questing tree, because we had a lot of stuff. The phylogenistic agenda. Women. They're everywhere. Your worth as a man is based only on the admiration you get for them. Your goal? Get a date. A real date. Good luck. You managed to secure a promised date with Agent Vera, the handsome orc tree strider. However, not until after the election, so no need to worry about that now. I don't know. She's the first woman I met. Maybe I was hasty. Maybe I should have waited to see if, you know, we could get other dates. I didn't consider my options. Game. You've talked about positive opinions on Asgalism about one single time since waking up in the Lich House. Really brings you back. Oh yeah, the milk thing is a job we need to find. Okay, Alphonse says they have legal right to hold their rally. Vera claims the dwarf's legal documents are expired. Yeah. Bro gets one date, already thinks he can pull all the baddies. What? I don't want to use all my luck. Let's look at the documents again. Get the dates. It's expired. Yeah, I don't remember what it said about it being expired for how long. Oh, I did not even think about it. I wonder if we could have used Charm Person on the lady. I wouldn't have, because that, you know, would have been terrible, but... God, the soundtrack is so good. Yeah, there's something happening on those things. Like, look at this. It's a gnome. It's like a gnome that disappears. What the hell? I am starting to think there are invisible gnomes on those platforms here. Alright, Alphonse. About the rally. What about it? I spoke with Agent Vera. Make a decision. I checked out the papers. Returned the PPG. So I'm definitely not giving the papers to Agent Vera. I don't think I'm gonna work against the Asgalists. I had nothing to do with this, I swear. So I checked out the papers. Returned the PPG. Takes out a deep breath. Okay, what did you find out, city man? The papers are fine. You guys are in the right. Actually, I don't care. Leave me out of it. Yeah, these papers expired like last week. He takes the paper and shakes his head. With a groan, he mutters, I know, but the date is just a mistake, you see. I personally had this signed by the magistrate 2 days ago. After the supposed expiry date. You've checked it more carefully. They must have done it on purpose. It happens. Do we think they did it on purpose to screw with the Asgalists? I mean, you should have checked it more carefully. While it's true, it doesn't really help anyone. They must have done it on purpose. Exactly! That's what I've been saying, Alphos. I hate the government so much. Or it was an honest mistake. I love... This is so good. You could be like, they must have done it on purpose, or it was an honest mistake. Who knows? Or you could like double down on like, I hate the government. Fuck them. This is so good. Boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. I think I'm gonna go with that. I'm gonna be, you know, I'm not gonna be too aggressive on this one. I feel. I'm not sure. Hey, Nickel Pickle. How are you today, Nikki? I'm here to be serenaded. Am I supposed to bring out my lute? I have a guitar downstairs. No, I'm not gonna serenade you. I've used all my Riz today to seduce an orcish muscle mummy in the video game. You came in to love the singing? Oh, hold on. How do I play this cool? Oh, I didn't even realize I was singing. Looks in the distance, mysteriously. See, now everyone understands why I'm fumbling the baddies in the video game. What's up, Atherma? How are you doing today? That was a 3 on the dice roll, I fear. Okay. Alright, Macaron. What can I say? You know? I get nervous when I'm talking to gorgeous women. Yeah, I don't know. I'm really split about this one. Part of me wants to double down and be a proper grain of sand in the cogs of the government in this game. I think that'd be funny. But you know how much I like a good fence sitting. Have a lovely voice, thank you. So do you. Since when does Daniel love fence sitting? Yeah, I wonder. I was just talking about that earlier, White Wolf. Since the Disco Elysium days, I've made no progress with being more decisive. I was upset because one of the options in the game wasn't allowing me to stay neutral. Oh, well, it wasn't really neutral. Like, you know, I wasn't gonna say that I was apolitical. What kind of nonsense is that? But it forced me to pick, you know, to establish support for one of the parties, or say I'm apolitical, which is nonsense, right? So I wished for an option of like, yeah, I'm still not sure who I'm gonna vote for. I need, you know, I'm still considering my option. But the game forced me to take a stand, so I did. You know. Why, thank you. The true to his Swiss core. Yeah. Switzerland core. It's like the, you know, like witchy core. What's the whole cottage core and all that? All that I'm doing the Swiss core thing. You always sit on the fence. You always make sure every decision you have to make is thought out to the fullest extent. If fences are involved, it could be park core. Yeah. Fence core sounds pretty good in itself. Parkour. Parkour sounds more like, I don't know, like a group of punks meeting in the park to drink, have drugs, and play with their dogs or something. Which, you know, I'm not criticizing. I'm not much of a park punk myself, but I used to be one in my younger days. Parkour. Oh, wow. Is it maybe time for me to introduce you to our rules about puns on this channel? When people make puns on this channel, we time them out. The better the pun, the longer the timeout. That's typically the rule. Instant shit. You get one free pass. You know, as a new person in the community, you get one free pass. I'm just a girl. We're just innocent men. I hate the government so much, or it was an honest mistake. I'm gonna go with it was an honest mistake, because, listen. I do hate the government, okay? I'm sure the government in this game is just as annoying as real governments. However, I think for the sake of the efficacy of our investigation, I do need to remain slightly neutral until I know more, right? I can't be seen as a biased investigator, right? That could backfire, I feel. So in the interest of my job, I'm gonna say, or it was an honest mistake, who knows? As if real convenience, says Simi. Bah! The dwarf shouts onto the amphitheater. It doesn't matter. Whether Darrow fucked us or not, we're here and they can't make us leave. He gives you a menacing glare. And I hope for your sake you're not the sorry lad she's hired to do the deed. No. Okay, game? I swear to God. You need to stop calling me out, game. Shrug, I'm indecisive. I'm just here to observe. I am the dispenser of justice. I mean, I don't want to... Man, ideally, I would love to find a solution where they can get away with it, right? Like, do their rally just before sundown, and then they leave, and then they just, like, escape the consequences and the fines and all that. I don't know. I'm not indecisive. I just like to know all the facts before making a decision. Exactly! You get me. Yeah. I'm not slow, I'm... What was the thing again? Do you remember 10 bucks? I'm not slow, I'm... measured. I'm not predictable, I'm consistent. I'm not stubborn, I'm persistent. I'm not a coward, I am calculating. I am not slow, I am measured. Exactly. Although that third one, I don't know. That third one sounds worse than what I think we were going for, but... Yo, Timmy, thank you for gifting a tier 3 subscription to I'm Nickel Pickle. That's extremely generous, Timmy. Thank you so very much. I appreciate that. Thank you. And, well, Nickel Pickle, you will be remembered, as we say around here. Enjoy the ad-free experience. Appreciate the support, Timmy. Thank you, thank you. Good lad. Not greedy, just ambitious. I mean, I'm definitely not saying I'm the dispenser of justice, so it's between 1 and 3, for sure. I'm just here to observe, feel dishonest, because I might want to, you know, do something about it, but... I mean, I don't have to do something about it, but... I don't know, okay, you know what? I'm just here to observe. He spits on the ground. Fence cap. What does that mean? Charisma says fence cap, a dwarven word meaning something along the lines of devilry. Common curse word. Devilry. Intelligence says devil, lawful evil fiend. They are lawyers, soul traders, and either the most efficient type of leaders or the worst type of middle managers. Their numbers are dwindling as of late, but in Blood City Bay, they still rule supreme. A pretty cool description. The most efficient type of leaders and the worst type of middle managers is crazy. That's a call out if I've ever seen one. That's an insult. That insult felt racially motivated? I don't know about that. Lawful evil is really the worst, isn't it? Because it's dishonest.
I feel like. It's like you're a stickler to the rules, but you're gonna use the rules to do fucking, you know, like horrible shit. Lawful evil has to be the worst alignment. At least, you know, what is it? Unlawful evil? Like, at least you're not pretending, right? Oh, is it chaotic evil? Yeah, chaotic evil is much worse. They're unpredictable. I don't know, man. I feel like being consistently evil to the point of predictability is probably worse. I don't know. That's just a billionaire in today's world. Lawful evil, yeah. I love chaotic neutral. Yeah, I don't know what I would be. And don't make a joke about me being neutral. Nah, I'm not that much of a fence sitter. Am I? I don't know. I had a moment of doubt when I was thinking about it. I wish billionaires were lawful evil, then they'd actually pay taxes and abide by regulations. I think that's the problem, though. They do. It's just that the regulations are, you know, they control the regulations. So. They don't illegally not pay taxes. Most of the time, they just find the loopholes so that they stay in, you know, inside of the legal paradigm. But I don't know. Who knows? I'm not a billionaire accountant. How would I know? If we just eat them all, we won't have to worry about it, right? That was a swear word. You could tell because of the way he said it. Thank you, Wisdom. I love that even if we didn't know, like if we didn't have the other stats to tell us what it means, we would still know that it's an insult. Alright, about the rally. What about it? I spoke with Agent Vera, make a decision. I think, okay, I can speak to Vera and I can speak to them about making a decision. I don't know. I don't know if whoever I bring it up with matters. But I think I should speak to Alphos about it. It seems fair. I spoke with Agent Vera. Really now? And what did the brute say? This dwarf respects force. Stand up to him. You should leave now. If you don't leave before sundown, you'll be fined and arrested. A pretty nobleman like you would want to get arrested now, would you? That's very mean. So I'm not trying to chase them away. I'm just trying to inform them. But I'm worried that the game's not going to understand that in that way. I'm hoping to inform them so they can do, you know, make a better decision for themselves. If you don't leave before sundown, you'll be fined and arrested. Oh yeah? Will you do the honors then, Mr. Cleric City Man? You hear chuckles among the dwarves. They find you ridiculous in your old school armor. Yes, I will. Stand up to them. No, but she'll get someone to do the job. I mean, that's the thing though. I don't have any plans of getting rid of them. I know Constitution says they respect force, and we've established that if I stand up to Alphonse, he folds like a damp piece of paper. I just... I don't want them to, you know. If I had it my way, they could do their thing. I don't care. I like them. I'm in favor of the Asgalists. We've established that. No, but she'll get someone to do the job. Someone, huh? Some grunt with a paycheck, I bet. Bah. And you'll probably get a massive fine or jail. Maybe you should get Mommy and Daddy to help you out once you're in jail. Oh my god. We can be so mean to the guy. It's insane. And you'll probably get a massive fine or jail. The other dwarfs start grumbling among themselves. Hey, he says, leaning in. What do you expect me to do, huh? These boys are counting on me. Yeah, he's got a lot on his shoulders. He's standing here for pride and nothing more. It is only good for the cause and for his men if they leave at this point. He doesn't want to appear weak in front of his peers, is the reason why he's standing up. You must show him the truth. As terrible as it is, living is the best option for these poor activists. Alright, we have a wisdom roll to show him why it's in his best interest to leave. With an 11 DC plus 5. It's a 75% chance of success. Sorry, I was trying to do the math quickly in my head and I got distracted. Yeah, 75% success rate. Staying is useless. Nod, Asgal would be proud. Let them deal with it themselves. I actually have no stake in this. Let them deal with it themselves. Ooh, okay. I mean, even Wisdom thinks that it would be in their best interest to leave at this point, so... Okay, let's look at it this way. They're gonna get screwed if they stay and do their rally. But, how about that? What if them getting screwed over by the police or whatever is gonna do the job is what's gonna get them the attention they need, right? Like the oppressed workers getting screwed even though they only ask for fair treatment. Sometimes a little bit of outrage is a good, you know, good political ally. But it's, you know, maybe it's ambitious for us to hope that this would be the outcome. Maybe it's better to get them out of trouble and then helping them in other ways to get their message heard. I'm really wondering how much this influences the, like, what I'm assuming is going to be the election results down the line, right? And if me stopping the rally is going to hurt the Asgalist's chances, or maybe not. Maybe it's going to reflect positively. Who knows? Maybe them getting arrested like a bunch of idiots going to get people to think them weak, and I don't know. That's the complexity of situations like these. I think I want to trust wisdom on this a little bit. Though the problem with wisdom is that it tends to be a little weak, right? It tends to be a little bit... That's what we were talking about earlier, right? It tends to try to stay neutral, love everyone, no one gets hurt. It's a little too soft sometimes for progress. So that's what I'm the sort of trap that I'm worried about here. I wonder if discussing it with him is gonna improve my role. Maybe we can try. Staying is useless. Those are your words, but to me, to us, it means everything. He glances back at his crew, his boys, his men. They look up to him. He cannot be weak. Ever. Man. It didn't change the DC. I don't know. I'm starting to think that there's... Oh, man. Asgal would be proud. Let them deal with it themselves, and then they face the consequence of their actions. But at least, you know, they followed their beliefs. Very strong, you know, statement in itself, right? To just follow your belief. I did it my way, yeah. I'm gonna try the role. In hopes of resolving this situation. And hopefully finding better ways later to support the Asgalists. It might backfire, but I'm willing to try. It almost, it does kind of feel like I'm betraying them a little bit, which... Show him why it's in his best interest to leave. It is only good for the cause and for his men if they leave at this point, according to wisdom. Yeah, I'm gonna roll for it. Let's see what we can do. 75% chance. Let's go. We need a 6 or above. Oof. That was close. You search the possible things you could say to narrow it down. The dwarf is clearly a sensitive situation. He needs to appear a strong leader, one standing against tyranny. You must show that you are on his side in this battle against oppression. And I am! The cause will be better off with you, a free man. You'll gain nothing from being arrested, just go. Don't put your boys in danger because of your pride. The cause will be better off with you as a free man, I think is the way I'm going to go here. You see thoughts starting to swirl behind the dwarf's dark eyes. He turns to his companions and raises a hand. Boys, we're living. Disgruntled as they are, none of them complain too much as they pack up their tools and grab their green banner. I think everyone was sort of on the same page here. Feels like everyone was sort of like trying to... Obviously, you need to appear strong for the cause and in front of your friends and... But it feels like everyone was sort of like realizing they bit a bit more than they could chew. Before setting off, Alphonse gives you a stern look. You're a strange lad, but I see you're nothing like her. If you want to do some real good on Tolstad, then join us. Find us down on the crossing. He nods and walks away with his band of unhappy dwarves. Finally got rid of him. Phew, let's go talk with the orc again. Head off. Leave. Well, that's sorted out. Huh, what is that? Nails beware. A hammer. Simple hammer. Constitution. Advantage in situations where you might need a hammer. Okay. What would this replace? Oh, it's a weapon. Okay. A simple hammer could be useful in a manly pinch. Not good for a fight, though. So this one gives me more dexterity and wisdom. The crossbow, right? This one gives me constitution. I think I'm going to stick with the crossbow for now, but it's nice to have options. We'll just take the flat increase in more stats. Hey, we did good. Look at us. Almost level 2 after that. Square conflict. You convinced Alphonse to leave the circle. Square. You should speak with Vera. Alright, let us do that. Alright, let us have a conversation with Vera then. Do you think this increases our chances of, you know, her being happy with us? Seems like it should. I have to say, with all due respect, well done. What do you mean with all due respect? Right. Oh no, that's me, not Alphonse. Right, the dwarves. Oh yes. I saw the whole thing. Oh, you were looking? You were watching me, Vera? The whole thing. So that's how you handle them, by resolving it with a few kind words. Won't say that's not impressive on its own, human. She's actually quite annoyed that you didn't solve it with more force. I said what I had to say. No blood spilled. Mission complete. Alphonse was in his right to be here. He was, and I'm gonna say that. She laughs. I've yet to be convinced. One day you will understand. The Asgals will destroy you. Money means nothing in the end. You're an evil bitch! Oh my god, whoa. You know, we still have a date on the line. Jesus. I understand that she's not convinced, you know. One day you'll understand is patronizing. The Asgals will destroy you is threatening, and you are an evil bitch is insulting. I'm gonna go with money means nothing in the end, because it's the only one that's not an attack. You are an evil bitch, but like in a hot way. Yeah. Yeah, it's like they say in Mass Effect, right? With all due respect means kiss my ass. Money means nothing in the end. Her smile fades. Oh, if only you knew how wrong you are. Good day, cleric. Aw. Well, hey. One day you'll understand it, but in what way? You did the right thing. Confrontation feels bad. Gutless. Now it's just you, alone in the circle square. Quest complete. Leave. Alright. Hey, I'm okay with how we resolved all of this. This was fine. And we have, with this, our first completed quest. You managed to get the Asgard dwarves to leave the circle square, but at what cost? Take root? What is that? A dozen dwarves and an orc walk into a tavern. The orc turns to the tavern keep and says, "Hey, give me a large one." The tavern keep says, "Please don't turn this into a joke. These are real people you're talking about. What's going on here?" Let me continue. So the dwarves have struggled as a minority for decades. They deserve respect, nothing less. A joke never hurt anybody. The political struggle's never a joke. No, really, what's going on? I mean, I don't think that's true. But I also think, you know, humor, well-timed humor, you can make jokes about everything, but not at any time or with anyone. I think I do agree with some of that. And obviously it depends what the joke is, right? You can joke about anything, but you cannot joke about anything in any way. So it's... I'm a little unsure here. I think I can go with no, really, what's going on. I know, very neutral, very weak. I know. No, really, what's going on? You're divided, but a truth will be achieved. Whatever. Look, the gist of the story is the orc is hard at work improving this shitty little city. The dwarves are annoying and stupid. Oh, got it? I don't know if that's the way I would put it, but... You believe for a second the orcs want this city to improve? No, you've seen too much to ever believe such a lie. This is some kind of debate. The orc is with the free striders, right? So she's with the good guys. The dwarves are Asgalists. That means they like poor people, thus making them the good guy. This is such a fucking, like, simplified way of putting it. I love it. This is some kind of debate, huh? Kind way to put it. The revolutionary freestrider will bring freedom, democracy, and riches to Norvik. Yeah, I've heard that before. We've heard that before. Freedom, democracy, and riches. Uh-huh. Freedom for who? Riches for who is the question. Democracy is said to originate from early Arcane era civilizations in Old Dimenor. It is the rule of the majority. Those with suffrage may vote to enable their preferred government. A truly messy and ineffective process. I mean, I obviously, you know, I think democracy has obvious benefits. The problem is with everything that's a rule of the majority, what about the minorities, right? Which obviously are gonna end up with, if the majorities don't think about them, they'll end with the wrong end of the stick, or whatever the expression is. Last part being the most poignant in French. Poignant? Let us focus on each of those points one at a time. Oh, come on. Freedom. Freestrider rule would entail joining the Free City Alliance. Local politics will be focused entirely upon serving the core cities in Reeds and the interest of the trade company. Corporations! See? Democracy, while it is true that they initiated the move towards universal suffrage, the Freestriders are known for both ruthlessly pushing propaganda to vulnerable folks, as well as simply buying votes. See? That's what I meant. I knew it. This is a fact. I said it earlier. How much corruption is there in those votes, you know? Ridiculous, says Dexterity. Riches. They claim that Freestriderism would somehow enrich the folk of Norvik is actually ridiculous. What kind of riches are being distributed to the lower class of the city, which, with the already Freestrider-owned factories? This is silly. Without Freestriders, you'd probably be a farmer. Who the fuck wants to be a farmer? Well, farmers, hopefully, for starters. Farming is good, healthy work. Yeah, just necessary too. You know? Respect the farmers. Don't change the subject. Do you two ever shut up? I feel like I should make a decision here. Choose feet. Do you two ever shut up? Not really. Fair enough. Alright, I feel like I should make a decision here. Yes, you must retain the spirit of the Asgalian Revolution. After completing a quest branch, you can allow it to take root in your mind. When doing this, you must make a choice between available feats. Take a deep breath and stand up against the ever-growing wave of capitalism. Yes! You should choose Asgalian Spirit and Speech. With this feat, you restore 1 hit point for every hour that passes. Okay. Greed ain't so bad. To be able to unlock a better life for yourself. Who wouldn't want that? You should choose Money Talks. With this feat, you get 50% more crowns on pickup. Oh, Brainy, it's in-game hours, so it doesn't actually... In fact, if anything, I would not see the effect very often. We only passed like 12 minutes all stream. Okay. That's not true, probably. I don't know. I haven't looked at the clock. I know we're less than 3 hours into the entire game. In-game time. And this is like the 4th stream or something. Okay, I'm gonna choose Asgalian Spirit and Speech. It's just more interesting. You've chosen well. True harmony comes from being in tune with your fellow folk. The dwarven way is the good way, the egalitarian way. Feel like you've resolved some conflict in the world. Yeah. Hey, we got level 2, I think, with this, didn't we? Yeah, look at that. Hold on. Level advancement. Yeah. Okay. This is a really cool system. You complete a quest and then you go, you know, you get a sort of feat for it. That's very cool. I like that. Yeah. What does that mean, forgo feat? Maybe if you don't like the effects or you want to stop for whatever reason? Yeah. I don't know. As Galleon? Oh, you can only have 4. Okay, that explains it. Yeah. Yeah, this is really cool. I like it. Alright, let's look at our... Oh! Level 2 reached. Ability score +1. Hit point +5. +2. Hit dice +1. Level 1 spell slot +1. Level 2 spell slot +1. What do we put a point in? Is la question. I feel like I've expressed regretting not having more points in charisma. I feel like I've expressed that. Like I wish I had more points in charisma, right? Didn't I? Oh, yeah, okay. What I said, I remember now. What I said the other day was, I wish I had high charisma and low wisdom. This would be pretty funny. None of those points actually add a proficiency, so... Yeah, I don't know. I need to think long term. If I want to get more bonuses, basically, is the idea. I think wisdom, we're good on wisdom, right? Like, wisdom's fine. Intelligence is a bit annoying. It's useful, but it's annoying. Constitution, I'm not seeing it yet. I don't, you know. Yeah. I haven't seen communication with the walls yet, even though it's our second best skill. I think a little bit of extra charisma wouldn't be bad. I'm hoping Constitution will, you know, so far Constitution has been a little weird in the way it's like reacting to everything that's happening. You get a discount. Win every conversation. Become an apolitical force of nature. No, that part I don't care about. Was socialized as a child. Can actually flirt with some baddies. We've, you know, maybe charisma is the right choice because we've made a big stride with charisma. With a charisma roll, right? So it would make sense we practiced our charisma, so we're better. We don't fumble the baddies enough, just as much. Yeah, I think I'm gonna put a point in charisma. But then I'm gonna have to put another point to get like the +1. So I'm kind of, whatever I take, I'm kind of locking it in for the next level too, right? It's sort of like I'm gonna have to put 2 points to get +1, so it's a bit more of a commitment. So 1, okay, 2, 3, 4, 5. It said level 5, right? I think 5 to 6 maybe? Or was it the session? No, I think it was maybe level 5. So we don't have that many points to distribute, I don't think. Yeah, I think I'm going to put a point in charisma. That seems good. I do like charisma. Yeah, let's go for it. Finish. Hell yeah. Oh yeah, wait, we did gain a lot of hit points. That's sick. I have so many hit points now. That's really good. I feel strong. And I can rest twice a day now. I have 2 hit dice. Which, speaking of which, I might want to use one so that I can regain some HP and unlock some... I don't know. Do we have Prayer of Healing? I think we're gonna go back to quickly. We'll quickly go back to the shrine so we can what am I trying to say? Prepare our second spell, level 2 spell. Prepare spells. There you go. Finish. Bom, 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 bom. Pray. Take the deep breath and begin your prayer. And tranquility. Contemplate the dragon of Tolstad. Contemplate milk. Contemplate women. Contemplate your fall into the river. Okay. There's a lot of praying to be done. We're gonna do it. But that, ladies and gentlemen, is gonna be a story for tomorrow. Contemplate women is very promising. I'm excited to see what that's gonna be. Let's create a new save file. And that'll be it. Alright. Let's quit to the menu. Alright, guys. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for hanging out tonight. Watching the game. Jesus, I'm tired. Ooh. I'm stretching and I'm realizing how stiff my body felt. Yeah, thank you guys. That was a good one. Very happy. I will be back tomorrow, 7 p.m. Central European Time, 1 p.m. Eastern, 10 a.m. Pacific, for more adventures of Esoteric Ebb. What a video game. It is a really good game. It is, man, what a riot this game is. Yeah, appreciate you guys. Thank you everyone for the support. Thank you for the lurks and the conversations. Thank you for the resubs, the raids, the gift subs, and all of it. I truly appreciate it more than I can ever say. Yeah. I don't really have much more to say tonight. I don't know.
Oh no. Oh.
Alright, well, what I'm gonna do is... send you guys to my good friend Nazra, who is playing Oblivion Remastered. He's chaotically going through that game. It's pretty fun to watch. I recommend it. Blame him for every murder he commits. He loves that. Anyway, I wish you all a beautiful rest of your day, evening, or night. I will see you guys tomorrow, and until then, remember me, and I will remember you.